prinsipyo ng kapwa-tao, kapwa Pilipino ay pinakahirapan mo ang gulo. Ako'y nananawagan, humihingi ng tulong nyo. Kapayapa ay bigyan ng daan, kapayapaan sa bayan ko. Bakit kailangan pang maglaban? Magkapatid kayo sa dugo. Kailan kayo magkakasundo? Kapayapa ay kailan matatamo ng bayan ko? Kung ako'y may maitutulong, tutulong ng buong puso. Gitara ko'y aking inaalay, kung magkagulo'y gamitin mo. Kung ang kalabay walang puso, puso na rin ang gamitin mo. Ituring mong sangkaibigan, isipin mong siya'y may puso rin katulad mo. Sa bayan kong sinilangan, sa timog, sa tinumog, ako ay namulat sa napakalaking gulo. Ang gulo dahil walang magkakasundo sa prinsipyo ng kapwa-taong Pilipino. Ang kinakalaban mo, ang gulo.
Di ko malimutan ang iyong mga larawan, ang iyong mga pangako. Ako lang, kahit nasaan ka man, malayo o malapit man, ang pag-ibig ko'y iyo lamang. Ika'y pangarap ko sa tuwina, lagi kang laman ng isip. Ikaw ang siyang tibok, yaring dibdib. Kahit na anong mangyari, lagi kong hinahanap yakap mong anong sarap, ang iyong mga matang nangungusap. Pag ikaw ay kapiling, nalilimot ang sarili. Sana'y huwag nang matapos ang gabi. Lulubog, lilitaw ang buwan at araw, patuloy pang lalakad ang panahon. Ako'y magmamahal sa'yo, hindi ito magbabago.
Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This regular session is hereby called to order. The invocation to be led by Honorable Carlo Apiado, to be followed by the singing of the national anthem and the hymns, and the councilor's creed to be led by Honorable Moises Dolar.
Let us bow down our heads and feel the presence of the Lord. Let us pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly loving Father, on this fresh week, we come before you with hearts brimming with gratitude for your unwavering presence and the goodness that fills our lives. We thank you for the people you've brought into our journey, for everyone who adds joy and meaning to our days, reflecting your love. As we step into a new week, we humbly seek your guidance and wisdom for the decisions that lie ahead, trusting in your divine plan. Lord, bless us with your resources and opportunities needed to chase our dreams, to flourish, and to make a positive impact in the lives of everyone. We entrust everything to you. Give us a strength of mind. Give us the courage and wisdom. Bless each and every one of us as we start our session today, especially our presiding officer. We also lift up our loved ones in prayers, seeking your healing touch and embrace them, offering comfort and renewal in times of difficulty. With unwavering faith and hope, we entrust our dreams into your loving care, knowing that your blessings are boundless. Thank you for your enduring love, and we offer this prayer in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, ewas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit kong pangaw, ay hinatang tulakaw, Sultan Kudarat.
Bigyang daan kaming mga nilalang na isinilang sa katimugan. Isulan ang tawag naming pangalan, ayo tayong puso'y may kagalakan. Kandungan ka ng bawat mithiin, sa pag-away sandigan ka namin. Isulan ang iyong simulangin, tani ka na sa puso't diwa namin. Sa puso ng mga pagsubok, kaagapay kaming magkakabuklod. Tugon, tawis, alay sa hamon, buhay na sagana at payaman. Isulan, isulan, dakila ang iyong pangalan. Aming pagyayanin, likas mong kayawanan. Iba't nila ang karangalan, o mahal naming inang bayan. O mahal naming inang bayan. O mahal naming inang bayan.
My fellow councilor, kindly raise our right hands and together we recite the councilor's creed. I am a Philippine councilor mandated by law to enact measures and ordinances that redound to the general welfare of my constituents in their pursuits for happiness, peace, and prosperity. I believe in public service above self as the guiding principle of my official act. And as I tread the pathways of local legislations, may the Almighty guide my mind and heart that I shall be true to my constituents and Filipino people.
So, once again, good morning. And let's proceed with our regular session. Let's have our roll call, Madam Secretary.
Honorable Arnold Armada, Honorable Carlo Apiado, Honorable Moises Dolar, Honorable Alfonso Di Masuay, Honorable Darlene Lama, Honorable Marvin Dalanon, Honorable Anafe Collado, Honorable Janice Joy Doliete, Honorable G.R. Dizon, Honorable Chofer Durana, Honorable Welchon Foscablo, Honorable Presiding Officer. So at this moment, there are 9 members who are present and 2 members are absent. Those absent are Honorable Anafe Collado, who is currently on sick leave, Your Honor, and Honorable Welchon Foscablo, still on official business, Your Honor.
Okay, with the 9 members present, quorum is declared.
So we are now on the reading and consideration of the minutes of the previous session, Your Honor.
Okay, so
We-
before we will proceed, rules are suspended. We have the presence of our municipal or newly appointed municipal social welfare and development officer, Madam Farida Hassan. Okay, so there's a pending request for the concurrence to the appointment of Ma'am Farida. Okay, so Ma'am Farida, can you briefly introduce yourself and relevant background to your position?
Hello, hello. Okay. Good morning. Good morning po sa inyong lahat. I am Farida D. Hassan po, the new MSWDO here in ISULAN. And I am a registered social worker po, graduated in MSU Main Campus, Marawi City po. Yes po. And my previous work is from the SWD Region 12 po, primarily under the Pantawid Pamilya Filipino program po. For more than 14 years in service na din po sa SWD.
Okay, so any question from the other members? Honorable Alfonso Di Masuay, Honorable Joe Perdurana next.
Sino na?
Ikaw, Honorable Pons first.
Madam, in Maguindanao, Madam Farida. Yes, yes. In Maguindanao provincial government, are you doon ka galing?
Hindi po. Sa Region 12 po. Yes po, Coronadal City po.
Coronadal City.
And I'm a Maranao po.
Yes, yes.
Yes po.
What is your position in South Cotabato?
Project Development Officer po.
That is what salary grade?
SG 15 po.
Salary grade 15. And for how many years?
For 4 years po.
14 years?
Yes po.
Holding that salary grade 15?
Yes po.
Walang promotion?
Wala po.
Okay. So, comparing South Cotabato and Sultan Kudarat, which would you prefer?
Of course. Yes po. For Isulan po, I'm looking forward to see the beauty of Isulan po, the Sultan Kudarat po.
Okay, thank you,
Yes
thank you.
po. Thank you po.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Pons. Honorable Joe Perdurana.
Yes, Mr. Chair, good morning, everyone. It's my honor that one of our head offices, she reside in my barangay, Mr. Chair. Welcome, ma'am, sa Barangay Dansuli. And ang mga constituent po sa Barangay Dansuli is proud na mayroon tayong MSWDO officer na taga-riyan talaga sa barangay namin. So, welcome, ma'am, sa Municipality of ISULAN.
Thank you.
And looking forward for a more more projects and programs under your office. And I just wanted to ask our new MSWDO, with her appointment as MSWDO of our municipality, what are your plans and programs for the office, ma'am, in order to strengthen the delivery of services to our constituents?
Okay, thank you, sir. Of course, priority welfare of our children, our families, and especially and other vulnerable sectors. Pero pinaka-priorities ko po talaga ngayon is magkaroon po tayo ng CICL center, no? Kasi yun po yung isa sa nakita ko na need po na pagtuunan ng pansin po, kasi wala po talaga. And isa po yung sa requirements for the child protection po, kasi before sila ilitis po, kailangan po ang ating bayan yung mag-provide po muna ng pansamantalang shelter po sa kanila. So, yun po yung isa sa nakita ko. So, I'm planning to propose kay Mayor po na sana magkaroon po tayo ng sarili nating, yung sabi po nila na children shelter. So, pero need po kasi ng personnel, lalo na need na officer po, hindi lang po assistant yung personnel na mag-handle nun. registered social worker, and I'm planning na magkaroon tayo ng unique brand doon sa shelter natin. For example po is gawing eye care para po merong pagkakakilala talaga ang publiko na pag sabihin na eye care or ISULAN, Children Assistance and Recovery and Empowerment Center, sa ISULAN talaga yun siya. So para at least ma-recognize siya, kung pwede is syempre mabigyan ng executive order talaga doon sa mandate na yun siya, na center na po yun. Kasi isa sa nakikita po natin na problema is medyo marami po tayong CICL po na cases dito sa ating bayan. So need po talaga ang center for them na mag-accommodate po ng ating mga batang ISULAN.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Parida. Any follow-up, Honorable Lapiado? No more? Okay, Honorable Moises Dular.
Thank you, Vice. So, good morning, Ma'am Farida. So, first time kami nag-meet, first day niya dito sa Municipal Nutrition Council. Nag-attend si Ma'am, no? First day pa lang. So, welcome, Ma'am, and 100% ipasa na namon ang resolution of concurrence. karon siguro, Ma'am. Tapos, kwanto ang tama itong kwan mo kay for the how many years nang gina-request namon nga dapat may bahay silangan tayo dahil kung mga PNP kasi mga problema may mga huli sila na mga batang tunog yung sabi mo si ICL ginabuyan lang nila ba wala tayong shelter na may gabantay magpakain so yung mga kabataan naman dahil may ordinance tayo na yung curfew hours for minor yung discipline hours for minor, no? So dapat mahuli talaga kay maraming kabataan ngayon yun ang cause talaga ng mga kwan diyan sa labas, no? Mga rambol-rambol, away-away. So dapat ipakwan talaga sa mga parents, no? May mga penalty man yan. Dapat yun ang unahin natin talaga. Thank you and welcome, ma'am.
Thank you po, sir. And isa din, advocacy for the juvenile justice system po natin kasi yun din yung medyo nagkakaroon ng misinterpretation ng ating mga kabataan ngayon na gumagawa ng minor crimes because they think na bata sila, hindi sila mapaparusahan. So isa din po yun sa advocacy na una kong sana i-plan na gagawin from our office po.
Thank you. Okay. Honorable Janice Duliete.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome po, Ma'am Farida Hassan. And syempre, bilang Vice Chair po sa Social Services, kasi si SB Collado po ang Chairman sa Social Services. Pero ako po sa Women's and Family. Looking forward po sa maraming activities and programs para po sa bagong ISULAN, para sa mga ISULANon. And of course, sa subong regarding sa bullying, isa sa magiging priority naton, no? Kay syempre para sa mga kabataan sa ISULANan. So sa liwat, welcome sa bagong ISULAN and congratulations po, ma'am.
Thank you po, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Janice. Honorable J.R. Dizon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ma'am Farida. Welcome po and congratulations and welcome po sa bayan ng ISULAN. So let us work together for the better for ISULAN. Thank you.
Yes po. Yes po. Thank you so much po, sir.
Okay. So, there are no other questions. The Chair also joined the other members of welcoming our newly appointed Municipal Social Welfare and Development Officer. Ma'am Parida, rest assured, the Sangguniang Bayan will be supporting the programs to be undertaken by your office, and we will be working hand in hand in resolving the concerns that will come up. But that there is a process for that. No. And of course, bullying, especially sa schools, students. No? We have passed a new ordinance on bullying. So if the same will be finally approved on review from the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, we will be referring also to your office that ordinance. Okay, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you po. Thank you po sa inyong lahat. Thank you.
Okay, so rules are restored. Let's proceed, Madam Secretary.
So, Your Honor, we are now on the reading and consideration of the minutes of the previous session. We have 2 minutes to be read and to be considered in today's session, Your Honor. We have the July 2 special session minutes and the July 13. This is the regular session, Your Honor.
Okay. So this July 2 is a special session when we deliberated the complaint or the case against the SK chairman of Kenram. Oh. Okay, any comment or correction so far? Honorable Carlo Apiado.
Mr. Chair, if there's no comment or correction on our previous minutes dated June 2, 2026, I move for its adoption.
Okay, so the minutes of our special session held on July 2, 2026 is hereby adopted.
Your Honor, the July 13 regular session minutes, Your Honor.
Then let's proceed with the minutes of our regular session held on July 13, 2026.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Janice Duliete.
Mr. Chair, since there was no more questions and clarification for our previous minutes dated July 13, 2026, I move for the adoption. Thank you.
So the minutes of our regular session held on July 13, 2026 is hereby approved and adopted.
So, Your Honor, we are now on the privilege hour, Your Honor.
Okay. Any member would like to render a privilege speech? Honorable Carlo Apiado.
Mr. Chair, yesterday, one of our job order employees passed away in the person of Mr. Roger Uquino. He was assigned at the municipal gymnasium, Mr. Chair. As expression of our condolences, we would like to pass a resolution, Mr. Chair, expressing our heartfelt condolences to the bereaved family of the late Mr. Roger Uquino, one of our job order employees assigned at the municipal gymnasium, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So, that item is included in the first reading this session. In connection with that, do we have an ordinance, Honorable Dolar, for wellness? Over mortuary, but do we have an ordinance for the wellness check-up of all employees? Meron ta?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Every year, mayroon kita nga free medical and dental check-up for all official employees within this municipality. So, for free. And the record must be also ma-record sa aton nga HR para atong mga high blood or hypertension kag ang atong mga diabetes mabalaan ta nga may sakit sila kag matagaan kay yara man kita programa nga atong hyper and honey club nga free medication mo tong sa whole region nga nakadaog kita nga number 2 kita sa ina nga programa sa Municipality of ISULAN last year hyper and honey club.
Okay. Are we implementing that every year?
Gina-implement Mr. Chair. So dapat abi si HR man may connection man siya nga i-implement siya gid ang scheduling, Mr. Chair. So halimbawa sa mga 15 days Vice Mayor's office tanan.
So, oo. Kay pagkadumdum ko do, kita mismo wala ka. check-up eh.
Wala sa mga memorandum ba dapat may ara kita sige lang ipatawag
Can we call the presence of our HR and our MHO with regards to our wellness anong term ta? Wellness check-up or
ordinance
wellness program. Kag paginta na nga daan tong ordinance ta on wellness para pag-abot nila karon ipakita ta. Okay? So, Honorable Moises Dular is recognized.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, good morning to each and everyone. So, we've noticed that kung may mapatay sa aton diri, wala pa man kita ka nakahimo sa ordinance nga nagahatag ang munisipyo sa ang local government of ISULAN nga magahatag isang mortuary aid para sa natungdan. So, we have a proposed ordinance, Mr. Chair, an ordinance granting mortuary assistance to all qualified deceased officials and employees of the local government unit of ISULAN, providing guidelines for its implementation and appropriating funds thereof. And may this ordinance, Mr. Chair, be included in the first reading decision.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Dular. The item recommended is included as one of the items for first reading. Any more from the other members? Honorable Joe Perdorana.
Yes, Honorable Presiding Officer, esteemed members of Sangguniang Bayan, and everyone present, good morning.
Good morning.
By this coming August, Mr. Chair, the Barangay Dansuli will celebrating 69 founding anniversary. I rise during this privileged hour to express my proposal as a declaration of First Kasadyahan Festival as the official annual festival of Barangay Dansuli to be celebrated every 24th day of August, Mr. Chair. The word Kasadyahan signify joy, celebration, and happiness. It reflects the unity, resilience, rich culture, and shared aspiration to the people of Barangay Dansuli. This festival will serve as a meaningful occasion to celebrate our identity, honor our heritage, strengthen community solidarity, and promote our barangay tourism and local development. So, Mr. Chair, if we consider, I passed a resolution for the declaration of first Kasadyahan Festival in my barangay, Mr. Chair. If we consider in the first reading, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So the item recommended by Honorable Joe Perdorana is included as part of first reading. So, Honorable Marvin Delano.
Good morning to each and everyone. And I would like only to report sa Kulambog nga tong naguba nga revetment, and now the contractor already finished the installation of steel sheet pile, but have not yet done the slope protection works.
Do you have pictures, Honorable
Yes,
Marvin?
Mr. Chair.
Can we request our staff to show the pictures?
Hindi ka na pwede ilakat ng mo. Atong body mo. Kundi mo. Iyaran mo dati ko to. Balaan mo. Hindi ka to. Kinsini pang drive ni pre. Pero pang drive niya.
Okay.
Zoom. I'm set.
Can you... Pwede ma-zoom? Pwede naman, no? Ara. Okay, very good. Can you repeat your statements again, Honorable Marvin, pointing to the pictures?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The sheet pile is not yet fully installed, Mr. Chair, because we have a conversation with the project engineer that I told him that for the meantime, hindi anay siya i-full baba ang sheet pile kung hindi pa man dayon trabahoon ang slow protection kay base magsulod ang tubig. Actually, ang sheet pile dapat na halos tupong na siya sa tubig. But if ever na mag-start na sila sa slow protection, hinahinayon nila na pababa hasta nga maubos nila man eh.
Okay. Makita dara sa picture, Honorable Marvin, ining daw bakal bala nga amo nang sheet file, sorry.
Steel sheet pile.
Steel sheet files, okay. Butsin ko ning steel files nga ni Honorable Marvin nang may standard ni siya nga sukat, ano ni siya kalaba.
Ang total length is 12 meters sang supplied by A Hardware.
Okay. So, shall we say, ining makita natin subong, it's safe to say nga 12 meters ni. Tapos
Hindi.
nalubong siya sa
Hindi ko lang balaan kung pila ang ginlubong nila eh. Hindi pa naton ma-sure.
Okay. Sa makita ta nga picture, Honorable Marvin, ti makita ta to, so siyempre ginlubong
pa.
niya, so daw medyo nubo pa.
Taas pa gani na ibaba pa na siya.
Ay, lubong pagid ni siya.
Oo, lubong pa na siya. Kung
Tapos,
ma-start na sila sang slow protection, amo ito siling ko kaina, nag-istorya kami sang project engineer nga hindi lang ana i-full baba kung hindi pa dayon mabutangan sang slow protection and he agree kay base magsulod ang tubig. Pero kung mag-start na sila slow protection kag magbutang sang mga beams, itupong gina nila sa original nga height man dira sang existing nga mga slow protection.
Tupungan nila ni ning height sang dike.
Hindi sa concrete pero ang inang steel na ibaba pa nila na kay may ara na sa dalom sang beam nga ibutang gyapon dapat matupong siya to sa daan nga sa existing.
Okay. So
pero ginimo lang na nga hindi dayon pag ibaba para lang hindi dayon masulod sang tubig if in case nga may baha nga magsulod. Pero ibaba na mababa pa man na. Pwede pa gani okson. Oh. Para hindi lang magsulod ang tubig.
So, after nga lubong ni siya ning files nga ni, anong next
May
course
beam na siya, may beam nga mag-angot.
sang beam.
Mag-angot sang tanan.
And
Busa
then,
na beam. Amo na to ang foundation sang inang naka-letter A nga structure.
and then, makonstruct pa sang concrete. Excuse na dala. So, meaning malubong ning files nga ni, makonstruct pa siyang concrete
Beam.
nga dike.
Beam. Oo, kag ang
Nga
after the
magtupong diri
beam,
sa ano?
Oo,
nga
dapat.
mag-connect siya.
dapat
Okay. So mo tong daw finished product ya.
Oo, amo
May
to.
dike siya nga mag-connect sining
Oo.
from one end to another end nganing may lines ang files.
More or less abi ang beam na siya nagatupong na sa tubig sa pinaka lowest point during non-rainy season.
Okay.
Dito na siya magtupong or magtupong sa existing nga riverbed kung pero magmala man na abi kung wala naging tubig. Di makatrabaho na sila, hindi man pwede nga hindi siya nga itaas ay panaog todo.
Okay. Sige. Questions to Honorable Marvin. Yes, Honorable Ponce de Masuay.
The structure constructed is still the responsibility of the contractor to include all the financial financial expenses. Ang gasto da ba?
Hindi ko
Shouldered
lang
shouldered by the contractor.
Hindi ko balaan sa DPWH kung ano ang number of years pa nga kung saan ano saging construct. Pero most probably dapat amo na.
What I mean is bali ang contractor ang nagahimo sinadra.
Subong oo.
Subong.
Daw repair ang gawas.
Repair. But sa budget sang DPWH.
In the expense of the contractor na karon.
Yung nga. Kasi ang contract is between the contractor and the DPWH South Cotabato.
Yes.
So siguro ginhimo sang contractor na under the the order or the request of the DPWH.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi. Okay. Kung tanaw mo ni, doon natapos na nga project ni. Pero tungod sa tong calamity na damage siya. So now, ginobra sang kontraktor nga nag-obra sa tong project nga to. So on what responsibility or obligation kung nga ginobra sing kontraktor kag repair ang iyang obra kag balikan, we are not sure.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Only the
DPWH,
DPWH First District can know it.
Know it, no? Kung nga ang nga gimbalikan, natapos na sa kontraktor.
Tapos ng contract eh.
Naguba, balikan niya kagin ubraya. Amo nang daw given pat niya. But singon, nga gimbalikan niya.
Yes.
Naguba, nga gimbalikan niya. Ate, but singon may mga
May mga arrangement siguro sa
may
dito
arrangements
para
or nakapil sa
makuan man maging ano tawag ni emergency situation.
Or maybe that will be another contract.
Not
Oh.
not Mr.
Kasi kung tapos na tong old contract niya, inspected na
Sabagay, hindi na itong balaan kung ano.
sige lang, bahala na sila. Basta importante ginhimo nila. Kaya kita ang apektado dre. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pons. Any more question? If there's none, then thank you. With that update, Honorable Marvin Dalanon. And considering daw initial stage pa lang isang work, kung if you could give further update later sa development sining project nga ni, it is most welcome, Honorable Marvin.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So, rules are suspended. We have our HR now. Ma'am Gina. Okay, so Ma'am Gina, actually, it's the chair who requested your presence in connection with the wellness program of the employees of the municipality. Ara ng ordinance ta. So can we flash on the screen? Dahil lang. Ang title is Annual Medical and Dental Check-up for all municipal officials and employees of the municipality of ISULAN. Okay. So, sige, ang pinaka-body niya on how we conduct the procedure. Okay. Babaw guro, kay repealing man eh. The human resource, ari na. Okay, okay, free ang physical and dental examination. Okay, the human resource and management office is tasked to submit monthly physical and dental examination schedule of all elective, appointive, regular, and co-terminus employees 1 month in advance before they schedule the examination to the office of the mayor and the office of the MHO, and ensure to notify the concerned official or employee through the respective department head of the scheduled date and time of examination, preferably the scheduled. Okay. Ma'am Gina, do we have this program?
Okay na. Sir, mayroon na sir dati, sir. Dati ni ex-mayor, mayroon na sir. Pero ning bago, sir, wala pa. Schedule. Balik kami sa HR ang nag-schedule with pinag-usapan namin sa health. Sunod, naghimo kami schedule nga approve ng mayor. So sa ngayon, sir, wala pang schedule.
Okay. Who will follow up the question?
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Ponce de Mason.
Mr. Chair, I think regardless of who is sitting as the local chief executive, because we have an existing ordinance, we have to implement. Regardless kung sino ang mayor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oo. We have to implement
Yes, sir.
the ordinance.
Okay. When was the last time that employees had a annual checkup? Sano ang last nga naka-comply kita sini?
Hindi ko lang na sir, kay 2025 meron sir. 2026 kung kami sa HR kami sir, check up. Pero
All the
pero
rest-
yung sir, yung schedule sir, yun ang hindi na sir, na continue.
Sige. 2026, we're not aware kung pero for sure sang 2026 wala ka mo kahatag schedule.
Wala sir, wala.
Okay. Pero ano man gina-change yung schedule or same lang ang aton schedule nga ginahatag niyo?
Same lang gihapon sir.
Okay. Okay. So, sige lang. Ano ang medical check-up nga ginakandak? May blood chem, may...
Kung ano ang available sa sir, mayroon minsan sir may mga may halimbawa may portion na about creatinine and ganyan sir. May depende sa available na sir.
Okay.
Oo.
Sige. Honorable Apiado.
Mr. Chair, as mentioned by our HR, depende sa availability. Puro ano ba gina-require naton nga standard nga check-up? Ano ba, may blood chem? Kay, para ma-assess kay mabala naton, ano ang... Oo.
Natawag ang
Ang x-ray, parang may schedule talaga sila, Ma'am Rax, na may magdating na yung mag-x-ray. Sunod sila mismo sa health, naga-inform sa flag ceremony.
Based on our previous check-ups, ano to mga standard check-ups nga gin-conduct sang LGU, Ma'am, Honorable Presiding Officer?
Any
CBC,
knowledge?
ano ba ng mga...
Gani. Do you have knowledge? Ay, halimbawa, kayo nakapa-check up ka mo, subong 2026, Madam Gina. Anong check-up ang gin-conduct sa inyo?
Mga sir, yung mga sa cholesterol gani sir, sa mga blood cholesterol nga.
So meaning
positive.
may blood test ka mo nga gin-conduct sa inyo?
Yes sir, yes.
Okay. Urine.
Urine, meron sir yung urine nga
Blood,
giano.
urine. Okay.
Oo.
Hasta pangkuan, tae.
Okay. Honorable Apiado. Yes.
I don't know, Mr. Chair, if tama ni akon nga record. We have several employees na nga nagtaliwan tungod sang stroke. We have the late Mr. Lamita of Kulambog assigned at ano ba na? Sa Menro ba siya?
Sa Economic Enterprise.
Economic
sir.
Enterprise. The late Mr. De Velos.
Yes, sir, high blood.
High blood
Si Tito.
Oo, si aning Tito. Oo. Ang si the late Roger Oquino, high blood man.
Yes, sir.
Oo.
May maintenance daw niya sa sir, pero hindi siya nagainom.
Okay. Sige. Honorable Dolar.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ma'am Gina.
Yes, sir.
So, that's why, Mr. Chair, nakahimo kita sining ordinance nga free medical and dental check-up. Kaya nakita naton sa previous years nga damo ang mga aton nga official and employees diri sa munisipyo nga ang iba na hadlok mo pa check up, way nakaibalo sang ilang nga sakit, iba niya ka stroke lang, ang iba na mga diabetes. So amo nakahimo kita sang ordinance nga ini nga free check up para nga ma-incorporate sa record sang itsarta nga inigali si Mr. X nga ini mayara sa diabetes, ini si Mr. Y mayara sa nga hypertension. So kag ma-incorporate yapon sa programa sa aton nga mayor nga free medicine for all the may mga maintenance nga ining hypertension kag diabetes. So Ma'am Gina, since nga ara na ning ordinance dapat wala naging untatan every year now and then panayon ini siya. Ang kulang lang sa imo, ma-request ka man lang sina sa Office of the Mayor for signature ni Mayura. Continuous ina siya.
Yes,
Kaya
sir, noted,
kung
sir.
mauntatan mo abi, ti paano na karon na plus ni karon may napatay naman tong ligad adlaw kung kahapon tungod sina wala ta sang record sa ila nga base nga hypertension gali sila no. So dapat amo gani nga ginhimo ning ordinance para nga mabantayan ta ang aton empleyado kag matagaan man sa nagakaigo nga bulong kay ang aton nga programa sa aton munisipyo Subong nga ginhambal ko na kay nga naging number 2 sa buong region ang aton nga Hyper and Honey Club nga gina-practice di sa Abanwa sa Isulan nga libre ang bulong sa tanan nga Isulanon sa naga-maintenance sang high blood kag sang diabetes. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, we'll go into that, Honorable Dolar. We have now the presence of our health officer, our health office. Sige. Madam, kung sino sa inyo dalawa, we are inquiring as to the medical, actually ang ordinance na is physical and dental examination of employees. Any record or anong mga na-conduct yung examinations ang employees so far?
2026.
Sir, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Last year, nag-start na po kami ng per office na pag-check sa aton nga mga employees, sir, because hindi man siya makaya nga isahon lang siya kaadlaw or
Of course.
isahon lang siya ka-schedule. So, ang ginhimo namon, sir, gin-schedule namon siya per office. Tapos wala pa gid siya man natapos ang buo kay tungod sa mga activities naton last year. Tapos subong, sir, ma-start kami ulit. Ma-per office kami ulit, sir. May mga schedule na kami nga ginpasa. Gawlat na lang kami sa isang paper nga magbaba nga with the signature of our mayor. Ma-start kita, Sir Tani, supposed to be this week. Thursday, sir, pero wala pa nagbaba ang paper. So, ang kasali dito sa aton nga per office nga check-up is number 1, interview about their personal information. And then, sir, magkandak kita sang BP and blood sugar screening. And then, nagakandak man kita sang lecture with our educators, our nutritionist. Team kami, sir. Tapos, if ever nga may makita kami nga findings, i-refer na siya dayon for check-up kay Doktora Laguda. Tapos, when it comes naman, sir, sa aton nga blood chemistry and urinalysis nga check-up, entitled ang isa ka empleyado per year, pero gin-schedule siya, sir, sang laboratory nato ni Ma'am Nancy nga during your birth month. Kaya hindi man abi siya, sir, makaya kung tingobon siya. Tapos, additional.
Dahil lang. So, ang inyo laboratory, lain ang schedule, kaglain man ang schedule sang physical check-up.
Yes po. Kaya ang per office naton, sir, if ever nga may findings dito ang isa ka empleyado, automatic siya, sir, may referral siya for blood chemistry and urinalysis sa aton nga laboratory. Tapos, sir, atong mga regular employees nga wala man findings sa aton nga per office nga check-up, nakaschedule, sir, ang ilang nga blood chemistry during their birth month.
Birth month.
Yes po, sir. Yan po yung napag-usapan. Pero if ever may mga suggestions, pwede man naton, sir, i-raise. Kay si Ma'am Nancy Abi, sir, ang nag-suggest ang aton nga medical technologies nga hindi gid siya, sir, makaya kung schedule siya nga
Hindi, wala
tingog.
kami gambal nga sa bayon. We
Opo.
understand that.
Yes po.
Alagang dulunganon mo to karon kundi nagigutok
Oo,
tato sa
sir,
imong
kay dako pa maniban
clinic.
nga pasyente.
Kag ang point mo lang diri is annual, meaning ma-check up ka once a year.
Yes
Wala
po.
man ta nagambal nga ano ni. Oo. Okay. Pwede bang ang schedule sang physical check-up masabay na lang sa schedule sa laboratory?
Ang
Hindi
suggestion, Abi, sir, ni Doc Lan, atong blood chemistry gid nga para sa mga empleyado, regardless nga regular siya or ay ano siya, sir, nang wala siya findings, is a birth month. Pero tong during namon nga per office nga check-up, agad-agad, sir, tagaan siya sang schedule nga ma-blood chem.
Okay. Last year, 2026, na-check up tanan nga empleyado? Ngaman?
Wala po.
Ngaman?
Hindi siya, sir, natapos, and ang sa amon naman, sir, nga observation,
Oo.
atong, di ba, naghatag si Ma'am Gina nga during birth month, ang blood chem,
Okay.
wala sila nagalakat, sir.
Kaya nga. Oh, that's why. Kung ubraw mo na abi nga daw voluntary lang, hindi na sila maglakat.
Yes po.
Pero kung nakaschedule gid siya, ma-check up gina siya. Oo. Kaya common attitude na yang masakit na ganing iban, hindi pa gusto magpa-doktor. Madlok gani. Oo. Kung amuhon mo na iyang pang schedule, I don't know kung may way ka po yung tagalab natin I don't know kung pila lang ang na-check up niya sa for the whole year.
Gamay lang gid, sir.
Gamay lang na. So, we suggest, isabayin nyo na. Physical kag laboratory. Kung schedule sang office mo, pila kita ka department tanan? 27 departments
sir.
kita? Okay. Pero, siyempre, kamo na mag-schedule. Oo. Per month, may gina-check up. May schedule nga section or department nga gina-check up every month. Oo. Hasta nga maubos ang department naton. Nakaschedule siya. Meaning, may memo ka mo. Maski diri sa Madam Sec, naka-receive ka sang memo? Sang schedule ta sa health? Wala gani kami ka-receive mo. That's why panawag kami. Kay paano nga
Amo na lang naman para hindi kita mag-ibot.
kung may na-receive. Kami gani wala.
Tapos after a week, i-blood chem.
Oo.
Kompleto na. Hindi ba may gamay? Kompleto na.
So, ano ang schedule nga ginpasan nyo dito for approval? Meaning by department, by ano?
Per office po siya, sir. So, supposed to be, ay atag ta na lang. Galing ka ni... Ano ba? Sa Thursday.
Okay. Are, excuse me, may question ako. Atong empleyado tanga na patay, si Mr. Okindo, may record sa center naton nga na-check up siya or wala?
Pesos medical assistance or medical allowance under our budget, 7,000 pesos per employee. Na-cover po ba yung mga na-cover ba dira atong mga job orders naton tong sa 7,000? Wala sila, hindi sila included.
Honorable Apiado, I think that should be considered by your committee, especially in the formulation of the budget.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ayan ko
Nga madala ang job orders sa medical
We have
benefit.
a DBM circular or presidential
Yes.
order as to the grant of 7,000 medical assistance. We will check into that, Mr. Chair, if GOs are allowed
Okay.
to avail.
Sige, any more questions to Ma'am Gina and from our health officials? Yes.
Ang kung kisa, Mr. Chair, ang problema diri, ang mga empleyado, hadlok mo pa check up, no? So, siguro idugang ta. Kung ang ini nga ordinansa, may araman sa implementing rules and regulation. So, pwede mo na himuan sa ngay RR, nga ang hindi maka-check up sa mga tuig, hindi pag-release ang iyang sweldo eh. Dapat may record gid siya. Kaya ang iban hadlok gani, hindi mo pa-check up, tamad na pa-check up. So, pwede ibutang sa IRR, otherwise, i-amenta, sabay tang idugang tong job order, at saka ibutang na sa penalty sa sining ordinance, nga pag wala siya sang record, nga nag-check up siya, hindi siya pwede maka-claim sa iyang kwan.
IRR
pwede man.
We will consider, or your committee should consider that, Honorable Dular.
Yes,
we will refer back to your committee the amendment.
For amendment, Mr. Chair.
So, sige. Ang importante lang sa tanaw ko, may schedule ta. Kag ang atong schedule, naka-communicate kada office nga amo ni schedule nyo. Hindi man siguro one day lang na pag nag-schedule ka mo sa isa ka department. Nan. So kung na-schedule ang department nga na, kag wala siya nagkadto, siyempre, kung wala pa man tong sanction nga gusto ni Honorable Dular, meaning imo na iya nga fault na eh. Kaya tigin schedule ka mo, why ti mo nagpa-check up? Ang budlay ko, why did schedule? Why siya ma-check up tungod? Wala siya schedule for check up. Amo ginaya ang medyo, Okay, so, ra naman galing schedule. Shall we say, para makita tagit ang implementation niya, unahon niyo ang sangguniang bayan. Anong first department nga naka-schedule dira?
Office of the Mayor po, sir.
Office of the Mayor.
Sunod kita.
Hindi,
Pwede man siya, sir, maghalimbawa, sir,
amo na lang ni
excuse po.
siguro. Kay regular program man siya,
Start January?
amo na ang aton schedule. Oo.
So, may annual program?
Meaning, alimbawa, mambal kita January,
Wala.
isbi na. Oo. Pagka February, para maskin wipe order ng, kaya kung kada tuig, kada nagpapirmati mo, di ba? Meaning, kung regular program na, established na amo na aton nga meaning, at the start of the year, ara na imo schedule. Kag ipapirma mo na sa, or meaning, nakapost na ng imo nga schedule. Kaya para, maski kami bala na naman, kami nga month.
Tama.
Sige, we expect your schedule nga ma-furnish kami ini nga week. Okay lang? Sang schedule, amo suggestion man lang nga unahon mo kami. Pati kung
Hindi, sir, kaya pwede man tani Friday.
Okay man lang.
Pero may
Importante may schedule
culmination po sa Friday. So, hindi siya ma-insert. Ma-inform lang kami dili, sir. Maybe
Okay.
next week. Opo.
Hindi, ang schedule lang anay.
Sige, sir.
Meaning,
po,
ang
this week.
actual check-up depende na sa sa nung actual schedule. From pagwa pa lang sa imo nga schedule sa para in advance bala naman kami nga date. Okay, sige. Any more question? If there's none, then thank you. Thank you very much. Pero any concern sa implementation nga para ma-address mo naman anong kailangan, may kulang, may kulang tao, something, o anong inyong concern?
Amo lang to, sir, to kay Sir Dular gapon. Kay napansin namon last year, pag schedule na sang isa ka office,
Wala sila galakat?
wala sila galakat or gahalin gid sila sa opisina. No.
Bala mo ginayang Pinoy, bala man.
Para tong drug test, ma'am.
Sige. We'll see. Basta in the meantime, we request for the schedule nga matagaan kami. Okay? Sige. Ari na gali.
Wala man schedule.
Hindi, meaning, ang scheduling mo is July 23. Up to what date? starting or beginning July 23, amo ning siningon sa schedule mo.
Sir, kaya ang per office namon, ginakandak lang siya, sir, good for 1 day or ano lang gani siya, sir, mga 2 hours.
So
Opo.
kaya 1 day lang.
Yes po, ang per office namon, sir. 2 hours lang ang ginaalat namon.
Okay. Sige.
Ang sa check-up, sir, kung if ever nga may mag-positive dito or may mga test nga nagtaas, that's the time nga i-refer na siya kay Doc Laguda for blood chem na siya, sir, and check-up.
Ang empleyado nga magpa-check up, counted sa yakap.
Kung may yakap siya, sir, enroll gid siya po sa yakap.
Siyempre, enroll mo anay bago mo check up po
Yes, sir. Pero kung halimbawa may empleyado, kita nga like JOs, kaya ang aton abi, sir, nga patakaran sa yakap, kung diin gid ang iya nga facility nga kay siya ang magpili abi, sir. Kung diin siya nga facility magpa-enroll or magpa-register, pero gina-encourage gid na ang mga empleyado diri gid sa
Diri na siya
aton.
pa-enroll. I-enroll mo na siya dayon. Para diri na siya. Hindi na siya mag-arte pa kung di pa siya nga doktor ng hospital payakap. Kami, ano nga date? September. SB office. Pero meaning 15, kung di maubos sa 15, tibot singon, 15, 17, 18, something. Siguro. Kay pila kita daw mga ang JO pa lang mga 40 na mo. Daw mga 50. Oo, lapit kami 100 sa SB. So, okay na 1 day lang ang SB office? Mga 100 kami. Okay lang na
Man kami, sir.
Okay, damo man naman.
Opo.
Sabay-sabay man. Okay.
Kaya sa subong, ma'am, naging sulod siya namon pa. Inugsulod pa lang, ma'am, sa yakap.
Dapat masulod gid siya sa yakap kasi para may
Siya namon, di pa sulod, ma'am, na budget.
Actually ka-campaign ta nga magdamo ang aton yakap patient mo. Ti sa empleyado ta pa lang kay pila ta kabilog. 500 na. Dira pa lang. Okay, any more question? To our health team kay Ma'am Gina. If there's none, so thank you very much. Okay. So, amo na niya, sundo na namon nga schedule ning ihatag niyo. Okay, thank you. Opo. Okay, so rules are restored. Sige. Meaning off the record. Siyempre medyo ma-alarm. Nata?
Privilege of Your Honor.
Okay, any more member would like to render privilege speech? No more, then let's proceed.
So we are now on the first reading. The first item is the proposed resolution for the adoption of the third tranche salary increase effective August 2, 2026.
Okay, so schedule this for second reading.
Item number 2, letter from the Office of the Mayor addressed to the Municipal Vice Mayor requesting for the urgent passing of resolution for the concurrence of the appointment of Ms. Farida D. Hassan, registered social worker, MSWDO, as the Municipal Social Welfare Development Officer of the Municipality of ISULAN.
For second reading.
Item number 3, letter C from the Human Resource Management section addressed to the Municipal Vice Mayor requesting resolution of commendation for Miss Nelly Anit Zambrano, RSW, Social Welfare Officer 3, who will be retiring on August, Your Honor.
August this year?
Yes, Your Honor.
Letter... item?
Number 3.
Number 3. Requesting resolution. Commendation. Okay, so schedule this for second reading.
Item number 4. We have this letter received from the Office of the Mayor addressed to the Municipal Vice Mayor requesting for the urgent passing of an ordinance, providing clear guidelines on the selling, procuring, disposal, and/or slaughtering of meat commodities.
Refer this to the Committee on Economic Enterprise.
Item number 5, letter received from the Office of the Municipal Administrator addressed to the Municipal Vice Mayor requesting resolution authorizing the local chief executive to initiate the demolition of the existing Molingke structural systems.
Molingke, Honorable Darlene, ang Molingke ang i-destroy, ay ang part sa Molingke.
Perimeter.
Ang Molingke, di ba ang Molingke, amo ning bag-o nga building? When we say Molingke, atong bag-o na construct, Molingke kaya po ng term to sa to. Oh, lain ang perimeter, lain ang Molingke.
Anyway,
yes, Honorable Dalan.
Na-istorya ko si Municipal Engineer. Actually, part lang sang Molingke ang matanggal.
May part gid man.
Sa may office ni Ma'am Ems.
Oo, to sa Dalom.
Daw gamay lang sa Molingke maigo, pero ang perimeter kag ang the front nga building daw ubos gid. Pero ang paghimo lang siguro sang sang mga term dira nagkamali lang guro na.
Oo.
Kuan lang ni siguro lang sa municipal engineer.
Okay. Anyway, refer this letter to the Committee on Economic Enterprise.
Then item number 5, letter received from the Office of the Municipal Administrator addressed to the Municipal Vice Mayor requesting for a resolution authorizing the local chief executive. This is from the Office of the Mayor, Tourism Operations Office, addressed to the Municipal Vice Mayor requesting for the urgent passing of resolution declaring mudcraft as the official non-food souvenir of the Municipality of ISULAN.
Refer this to the Committee on Trade and Tourism.
Item number 7, letter received from the Office of the Mayor, Tourism Operations Office addressed to the Municipal Vice Mayor requesting for the urgent passing of resolution declaring Mr. Jendo P. Lara as the official local mudcraft artist of the Municipality of ISULAN.
Okay, so refer this to the Committee on Trade and Industry and Tourism.
Item number 8, the calendar year 2026 supplemental budget of Dilotilia.
To the Committee on Finance.
Item number 9, calendar year 2026 supplemental budget of SK or Sangguniang Kabataan of Barangay Kudanding.
Refer to the Committee on Finance.
Item number 10, application for accreditation of Samahan or samahan ng MNLF Multipurpose Farmers Association.
Okay, so refer this to the Committee on Accreditation.
Then item number 11, resolution of condolences to the bereaved family of the late Roger Aquino, job order employee of this municipal
Schedule this
government.
for second reading.
Item number 12, the proposed ordinance providing for mortuary assistance for the qualified deceased employee of the municipal government of ISULAN. Officials and employees, Your Honor.
Okay, refer this to the Committee on Good Government and Committee on Finance.
Item number 13, the proposed ordinance, the ordinance of Barangay Dansuli declaring Kasadyahan Festival as the official festival of Barangay Dansuli to be celebrated every 24th day of August.
Okay, so schedule this for second reading. Ay, ordinance? Okay. So if this is an ordinance, refer this to the Committee on Barangay Affairs.
Resolution lang pero ordinansa. Pero isla niya daw sang ordinance. Pa-isla
Okay,
ng para-
Barangay Affairs.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Then item number 14, amendment to municipal ordinance relative to the medical checkup
okay.
of the officials and
Refer
employees
this
of
to the
this
Committee on
LGU.
Health.
So, Your Honor, we have no more items as stated in the order of business. However, we have received some communications, and I think this is a matter of importance, Your Honor.
Yes, we'll include that.
So first, we have this letter addressed to the Honorable Vice Mayor endorsing the letter from the Department of the Interior and Local Government regarding the Safer School Zones under the Safer Cities and Safer Communities Initiative. So attaches the DILG Memorandum, Your Honor, with the subject Safer School Zones under the Safer Cities and Safer Communities Initiative. So we have here,
So the letter, okay.
yes, Your Honor.
We'll see the content of the letter kung anong request niya.
I don't know. Barangay ang ano, Miguel?
Sige. Pababa pa.
Barangay. Yara man ito sa aton niya ano, mga napasa na nga. Amo ni karon sa tong isa naton. Tong final na nimo nga ano bala. Tong sa safer, tong sa
No? Wala required legislation. Though addressed to the local chief executive and the barangay. Because the barangay will report to the office of the mayor. Barangay to prepare and submit Annex D to the office of the mayor. Okay? Copy furnished the... Okay, so for our information.
So another, Your Honor, is the letter from the Bureau of Local Government Finance addressed to Mr. Glenn Granado. And this is in relation to the approval of the appointment of Mr. Glenn Granado as acting assistant municipal full-fledged assistant municipal treasurer of the municipality of ISULAN. Ay, OIC pa lang gali. Officer in charge pa lang, Your Honor.
officer in charge of the
Yes, Your Honor.
office assist
So, hindi pa ganit full pledge, Your Honor. Sorry. So, designating Mr. Glenn Granado as acting assistant municipal treasurer of this municipality, Your Honor, by virtue of the department, order of the Department of Bureau of Local Government Finance.
Okay. Does it need our approval? Wala man, no? For information.
So, we have no more items under first reading. We'll proceed now to the committee reports. The Committee on Health, Nutrition, and Sanitation will render its report.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Ponce de Masuay.
Mr. Chair, before we proceed to committee reports, I would like to inform this August body that item number 4 in our first reading, this letter received from the Office of the Mayor addressed to the Municipal Vice Mayor regarding the passage of an ordinance providing the guidelines on the selling, procuring, disposal, or slaughtering of meat commodities. The Committee on Agriculture, out of my privileged speech before, have already conducted a committee hearing on this regard last Wednesday. And I think this item number 4, which was referred to the Committee on Economic Enterprise, ikuha na lang siguro, joint referral na lang.
Yes. Yes.
Because we are already prepared. We have already conducted a committee hearing.
Actually, I missed that, Honorable Ponce. So this referral is jointly referred to the Committee on Agriculture.
And Economic Enterprise.
And, yes, Economic Enterprise.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Okay, so no other matters on first reading, then yes, Honorable Apiado.
Mr. Chair, off the record.
Off the record.
Our
of the municipality of ISULAN, and at the same time the urgent passing of an SB resolution declaring
6, Honorable Pedro. Uh, 6 and 7 are calendared for second reading. Okay. So, okay na, Ms. Kim? We'll see. We will continue deliberation sa second reading. May mga pending questions. Pero kung makakadto si Mr. Lara, better. Okay. Still on suspended rules, we have the presence of Ms. Gina, our health officers from our laboratory. Yes, Ms. Gina?
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, dala ko, sir, ang dalawa ka medtech. Mag-brought out lang sila sa ilang concerns, sir.
Yes.
Good morning, Honorable Vice Mayor Arnold Armada, and to all the SB members. I am Feby Jen Apiado. Ma-brought out ng concern about sa wellness sa mga empleyado. Ang amo na schedule, sir, sa blood game is Tuesday and Thursday lang. Tapos nag-cut off kami, 25 patient lang sa blood chem.
Okay. Why is it? Anong concern nga up to 25 lang, and why Tuesday and Thursday only?
Kaya kung damuon namon, sir, maabot na kami sa hapon. Amo na subong early kami extraction, 7 o'clock extract na kami. Tapos ang mga empleyado, abi sir, may schedule man nga ginahatag ang HR sa lab. Pero ang iban nga mga empleyado, wala agakadto sa ilang schedule.
Oh, sige lang. Basta importante, natagaan sila schedule.
Opo. Tapos,
How do you give the schedule? Dahil lang. How do you give the schedule, Madam Gina? Ginapa-receive, gina-post, paano mo ginatag ang schedule sa ila?
Ginapa-receive, sir, kada office.
Pa-receive kada office, okay. Kag i-post mo guro sa bulletin board mo? Yes, sir. Oo. Kay kami dire, why ka receive eh?
Tapos sometimes, sir, ang available test namon kulang yun siya. Kay makaubusan kami sa reagent and supplies namon. Is late mag-deliver ang amon nga supplier. So wala di kami maka-blood chem. So ma-move na naman ang ila schedule.
Paano maubusan? Meaning, ang budget mo for the year kulang?
Kulang yun siya, sir.
Pero, ang figure nga ginasubmit mo, wala mo gina-increasean? Or ano, dapat, ang isubmit mo nga figure, sang budget mo, atong enough nga makakover sang, gina-cater nyo. Tama? Ano, how do we address the problem?
180 lang abi ang budget per quarter, sir. So, na siyang reagent sang laboratory. Blood chem, hematology, urinalysis, tanan nga department.
So, 180, meaning kulang?
Ulang yun siya, sir.
So, kung 180, amo ng budget mo for
sa laboratory,
so we say for laboratory, when we say for the whole year, so 180 times 4.
Yun siya, sir.
Okay. So, sa imo tanaw pila dapat?
Ang gahimo, abi sang amon nga budget proposal, sir, nakalib. Tapos si Ma'am Nancy nakalib man.
Sinong gobra sang budget proposal nyo?
Ang una mo sa lam nakalib ay nagsakit iya bata sa Davao.
Hindi, sino na siya?
Si Glendale Latres.
Latres.
Amon nga laboratory aid.
Kay inyo nga laboratory aid. So, siya gobra sang budget sa laboratory.
Siya ang gahimo sang budget proposal.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Siguro, bisan wala to sila, kuhaon lang nyo ang actual count sang empleyado naton diri sa munisipyo. Kag dito ninyo i-base ang budget nga i-submit ninyo, budget proposal ninyo, para nga makonsider sang mayor. Kasi kinahanglan man ni siya. Every year. Kaya kung nag-increase kita empleyado, dapat magsunod ang budget natin dito.
Oh. Yes.
Good morning po.
Proceed po. Good morning.
I'm Valent Binondo po. Dati po kasi sir, 180,000 man talaga yan sir per quarter. Kasi dati sir, hindi pa man kasi ganyan kadami yung pasyente. Pero yung start nung nagka-yakap PhilHealth po kasi sir, doon nagdami. Kaya doon parang naubos yung budget kasi nagdami yung pasyente. Tapos nagsabi man kasi yung lab aid namin sir na nag-request man siya ng additional na budget pero 180,000 lang daw talaga per quarter ang na-approve. Mr. Chair.
Dali lang. Medyo i-figure out na yung mayo. Okay. Sa existing, kag sa kadalagan nyo subong nga year, so kulang ng 180. Okay, so you need more. Okay. So karon nakasubmit na nga mo sang proposal for 2027 nga budget.
Wala siguro.
Wala pa siguro, sir ba?
Wala pa. Dahil lang, Honorable Pedro, we will come to you. Okay, so why ka man idea kung pila ang figure nga gimbutang nyo sa request nyo? Wala pa. But silingon, based sa need nyo, or based sa actual nga gina-perform nyo, amo ng budget nyo. For sure, hindi ka na mag-budget sa 180 the same lang. Oo, sa proposal mo. Na. Amo ng both silingon. So, ang concern mo ya, kaysa subong kulang ng 180. So, you need supplemental. So, I don't know kung how do you work with your office, kung paano ka mo makapadugang sa inyong madugangan ng 180 nyo per quarter. Okay? Honorable Apiado, our Chairman, Committee on Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, aside from our budget from the general fund, I suppose we have also a budget under e-consulta. We will, it only needs a lobbying with the Office of the Mayor for her approval. There are funds. It only depends on the prioritization. If the office really needs that, I suppose the mayor di ba na magduwa-duwa to allocate funds and prioritize the said budget.
So you're suggesting dito sa e-consulta?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Honorable Dular, any comment? Being the Chairman Committee on Health and member of the Municipal Health Council.
So, amo na to Mr. Chair, ay dugangan ang budget, paiguon gid kay simpre paano kita makaserbisyo diri sa munisipyo kung aton mga katawhan mismo enable man siya, dapat kita diri nga nagaserbisyo pag si kita healthy man para nga continue sa aton services para sa aton nga munisipyo.
This representation will help the office to lobby before the office of the mayor as regard your concern, Mr. Chair.
Yes. First and foremost, sa inyong proposal, kinanglan?
I-include nila ang ilang kinanglanon.
Ano na imong proposal? Base as is ka po na imong proposal karon. So, ang concern nyo is kulang ang budget nyo, no? 180, amo na nang ginabakal nyo sang?
Mr. Chair.
Reagent and supplies.
Reagent and supplies. Okay. Yes,
Yes,
Honorable Dular.
Aside sa budget natin, Mr. Chair, nga halimbawa naka-allocate sa ila 180, we have a trust fund from e-consulta. Damo kita sang mga pundo nga trust fund. Anytime na siya kung may request ang si doktora sa health, pasa lang man na kay Mayor, approve man na diretso. Wala man na gina-disapprove.
Actually, sir, nakahimo. Tapos ang budget proposal para sa yakap, wala pa man nanaog ng papel. Opo.
Okay.
Kaya sir, 25 patients lang amon yung nag-cater sa blood chem. Kay kulang kami sa manpower man sir. Kay may mga may gene expert
Ay, tama kali. Okay lang, 25. Why not every day?
Unang ligid kaya, sir, kulang kami sa manpower.
Hindi, what do you mean? Ano ba, Tuesday and Thursday?
Thursday lang po. Opo.
So kung Monday, Wednesday, Friday, nga hindi pwede, ano ba silingon?
Pag Monday, sir, gabi gid ang pasyente, sir ba? Tapos ang amo na schedule sa June expert, sir, Monday to Thursday. Ang isa abi, dalawa lang abi kami regular nga medtech.
Hindi, ano ba, Monday, ano ginaobran nyo? Ba't silingon?
Pasyente, sir.
Hindi, pasyente nga.
Mga OPD.
Aside from sa laboratory, gaobra ka mo diri sa outpatient. Ga-cater ka mo
Cater
patient.
outpatient. Yes po.
So that's why in your laboratory work, Tuesday kag
Thursday.
Kay kung Monday, Wednesday kag Friday, bulig ka mo sa mga walk-in patients.
Mr. Chair.
Dala. Tama? Pagkaintindi ko? Tama?
Walk-in sang magpa-laboratory.
Ay, walk-in sa magpa-laboratory.
Laboratory ng Japon, sir.
Ano to yatong...
Pero namogin siya, abi, pasyente.
Ano na yan ng Tuesday kag Thursday? Nga schedule, laboratory man gyapon.
Opo, pero ginaalat niya namon siya para sa blood chem.
Blood chem lang.
Blood chem lang siya. Pero nakita niya
So, ang Monday, lain naman nga laboratory na.
Actually, sir, Monday, na siya, sir, nga
Laboratory,
Opo.
urine.
Pero ang Thursday, Tuesday, Thursday,
Amo ng blood chem.
blood chem. Pero after sang blood chem namon, ginakita man Japon namon ang mga other test.
Sige. Yes, Honorable Marvin.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Ano, nagamano-mano gyapon o may machine naman kita?
May machine, sir, pero ikaw Japon mag.
Amo gani pero at least may machines na, hindi na
Yes
kayo gid trabaho so. And besides, sa itong hambal yung iban nga adlaw ninyo nga work sa laboratory man gyapon. No, hindi man siya sa iban nga trabaho.
Opo.
Yes, Honorable Dolar.
That's why, Mr. Chair, last month ka nag-agi, ginsabay namon to siya ni Honorable Dizon nga gin-open tong mid-tick 3 ata to nga position para magsaka naman si Madam Apiado kag para si Nancy abi halimbawa mid-tick 3 magsaka si Nancy magsaka si Ma'am Apiado kag of course si Ma'am Binundo naman ang ma-hire zero naton nga bag-o para madugang-dugangan naton ang aton nga midtik da kay sa tudtod kulang gid ang aton midtik kay dalawa lang gid ang aton official midtik dira no so dapat abi dira daw doktor gyapon na sa every 20,000 nga populasyon dapat isa ka midtik so dapat 5 gid yan ang midtik naton dira but as of now we have 2 only. So, na-recommend gina sa committee nga tani padugangan. 5 gid dapat na siya. Sa madugangan na isa kung out gid sa budget.
Okay, may existing nga dalawa. Sige, any more? At least na intindihan ta. In the meantime, let's face the consequence ang mga gadalagan sa aton nga sistema ta. Do you have any record kung atong patient, kung atong empleyado nga na stroke? I don't know kung na stroke ko. Basta atong napatay, kagi to pa check up sa aton? Okay nyo? Sige, any? Oo. Any more question? If there's none, then thank you. Recorded
Thank you,
ang
sir.
inyong mga concerns. Okay. Okay, so rules are restored. Okay, so Madam Sec, di na ta? Ay, committee report.
We are now on committee reports, Your Honor. So the Committee on Health, Nutrition and
Okay,
Sanitation
so
will render
the
its
chairman, Honorable Moises Dolar, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning again. So, subject committee report on Committee Health, Sanitation, and Nutrition. Pursuant to the referred matter to this committee, a committee hearing was conducted on July 16, 2026, Thursday at 9 a.m. in the Sangguniang Bayan Session Hall, ISULAN, Sultan Kudarat. Present during the same were the Municipal Health Officer, Dr. Lanife L. Biadura, Ms. Chris Dayan B. Cuna, Nutritionist Dietitian, Ms. Catherine Yunis Camarote, Nurse 1, the MLGO and the members comprising this committee. Items number 1. Resolution number 2026-009 MPOC, a resolution requesting the Sangguniang Bayan of Isulan to enact an ordinance adopting and strengthening the implementation of Republic Act 10643, otherwise known as the Graphic Health Warnings Law, within the municipality of Isulan, and number 2, adoption of Republic Act 10028, or the Expanded Breastfeeding Promotion Act of 2009. Findings and discussions. Item number 1. The Sangguniang is requested to enact an ordinance adopting and strengthening the implementation of Republic Act 10643, otherwise known as the Graphic Health Warnings Law, within the municipality of Isulan. The Graphic Health Warnings Law mandates the printing of graphic health warnings on tobacco product packages to effectively inform the public of the harmful and deadly effects of tobacco use and exposure to tobacco smoke. The said law seeks to reduce tobacco consumption, discourage smoking initiation among children and young people, encourage current tobacco users to quit smoking, and protect the public from health risks associated with tobacco use. The effective implementation of Republic Act 10643 requires the active participation and cooperation of the municipal government, health authorities, educational institutions, business establishments, civil society organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the general public. In the response to the foregoing, the committee proposed an ordinance institutionalizing the implementation of Republic Act number 10643, otherwise known as the Graphic Health Warnings Law, in the municipality of Isulan, providing mechanisms for local coordination, monitoring, advocacy, and support services, and for other purposes. And item number 2, adoption of Republic Act 10028, or the Expanded Breastfeeding Promotion Act of 2009. Republic Act number 10028 mandates all government and private health and non-health facilities, establishments, and institutions to establish lactation stations that are private, clean, sanitary, well ventilated, and equipped with the minimum facilities prescribed by the Department of Health, and further requires employers to grant nursing employees paid location periods of not less than 40 minutes for every 8 hours of work. The municipality likewise recognizes the continuing obligation of employers, both public and private, to provide adequate paid lactation breaks and breastfeeding-friendly workplaces to ensure compliance with Republic Act 10028 and to promote the health and productivity of the working mothers. In view of the request, the committee opted to pass an ordinance amending Municipal Ordinance number 2016-213 ISB, otherwise known as the Lactating Station Ordinance of 2016, by incorporating therein Republic number 10028. Recommendations. Wherefore, premises to consider, this committee hereby recommends passing number 1, an ordinance institutionalizing the implementation of Republic Act number 10643, otherwise known as the Graphic health warnings law in the municipality of Isulan, providing mechanisms for local coordination, monitoring, advocacy, and support services, and for other purposes. And number 2, an ordinance amending municipal ordinance number 2016-213 ISB, otherwise known as the Lactating Station Ordinance of 2016, by strengthening the protection, promotion, and support of the breastfeeding through the prohibition of unauthorized donation of breast milk substitute during emergencies, providing lactation breaks for student mothers, reaffirming lactation breaks for working mothers, expanding the coverage of mandatory lactation stations, and for other purposes. That further, these measures be deliberated on second reading decision. Respectfully submitted by the Committee on Health, Sanitation, and Nutrition. Yours truly as Chairperson, and Marvin L. Dalanon as Vice Person, and Honorable Carlo Apiado as Secretary. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Any comment on the report? Paki-move up. Graphic health warning. Okay, and 2, expanded the Breastfeeding Promotion Act. Okay. So if there's none, then please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I move for the adoption of the committee report number 2026-04.
Second.
Okay, so the committee report number 2026-04 of the Committee on Health is hereby adopted, and the measure is calendared for second reading this session.
Next committee.
Okay, so next committee, the report.
The Committee on Transportation, Communication, and Energy.
Okay, honorable. Nag-CR guro si...
Games na.
Okay, Honorable Marvin Dalanon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Subject, the committee report of the Committee on Transportation, Communication, and Energy. Committee report number 2026-05. Pursuant to the referred matter to this committee, a public hearing was conducted on July 14, 2026, 10 o'clock in the morning, Sangguniang Bayan Session Hall, Isulan, Sultan Kudarat. Present during the same were the staff from the MPDO, the municipal engineer, the CSU head, police officers from the Isulan MPS, school principal and staff of Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated, Ponong Barangay of Calawagwan, Purok President of Dulite Street, President of NDI Tuda, and members comprising this committee. Item, letter received from the Office of the Mayor, addressed to the Municipal Vice Mayor through Committee Chairperson on Transportation, Honorable Marvin Dalanon, endorsing the letter received from the Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated for appropriate action of the Sangguniang Bayan. Findings and discussion. The letter has a subject: request for the consideration and enactment of a municipal ordinance declaring Dulite Street as one-way traffic route during school peak hours. As per letter of the Notre Dame of Isulan Incorporated, serves thousands of learners, faculty members, employees, parents, and visitors daily. Dulite Street serves as the primary entry and exit point of the school community. During the opening and dismissal of classes, heavy traffic congestion occurs due to the simultaneous movement of private vehicles, tricycles, motorcycles, service vehicles, and pedestrians. The increasing volume of traffic along Dulite Street has resulted in the following concerns: traffic congestion that delays the movement of students and motorists. Number 2, safety risk to students crossing the road during arrival and dismissal times. Number 3, obstruction of emergency access route. Number 4, difficulty in maintaining orderly traffic flow around the school vicinity. And number 5, increased risk of vehicular accidents due to opposing traffic movements. The Notre Dame of ISULAN Incorporated proposed that Dulite Street be declared a one-way street on weekdays during the following periods: morning 6 o'clock to 7:30, afternoon 3:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. Under the proposed traffic scheme, all private vehicles, motorcycles, tricycles, public utility vehicles, and other motorists intending to pass through Dulite Street shall be rerouted to the Pitan Street and the road adjacent to the ISULAN Adventist Church during the specified hours. This traffic management measure will reserve Dulite Street primarily as the designated entry and exit route for students, parents, school personnel, and authorized vehicles accessing Notre Dame of ISULAN, thereby ensuring a safer, more orderly, and efficient flow of traffic during peak school hours. An illustration of this traffic scheme was presented with the principal of the school for a more detailed explanation. As to the query, if Dulite Street is a municipal road or barangay road, it was confirmed and classified by the MPDO representative and the municipal engineer that it is indeed a municipal road. The committee, with the intent of the NDI Incorporated, granted the request that Dulite Street be declared a one-way street on weekdays. However, it is better to no longer specify the time during school days. Recommendation: wherefore premises considered, this committee hereby recommends passing an ordinance declaring Dulite Street as one-way street on weekdays or school days for the safety and welfare of the public, particularly the students of Notre Dame of ISULAN Incorporated. That further this measure be deliberated on second reading this session. Respectfully submitted by the Committee on Transportation, Communication, and Energy, Chairperson, yours truly, Vice Chairperson, Honorable Darlene H. Lama, and Secretary, Honorable Engineer Alfonso S. Dimasoy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so there being no comment, Honorable Dalanon.
I move for the adoption of the committee report of the Committee on Transportation and Communication, Committee Report number 2026-05.
Okay, so the committee report number 2026-05 of the Committee on Transportation, Communication, and Energy is hereby adopted, and the measure is calendared for second reading this session.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
so rules are suspended.
Just a correction as to the content of the committee report. It is said there that Purok President of Purok Doliete. I suppose it's Purok Masagana. Just
Okay,
for the correction
we'll
of the...
take that up. Yes. Thank you, Honorable Lepeto. Rules are suspended. We have now the presence of Mr. Dindo. Jendo. Sorry. Balagon. Lara, I mean. Sorry. Okay. Any... So, Mr. Jendo, could you give a little background of your craft? Shall we say when or where did you learn that craft? How were you able to do it? What's the main material of your craft?
Actually, dati abi sa farm lang ako to, so pagtapos ko sa arado ba, uli ko, may yara ito nga water pump, tapos may gadakit dito nga clay.
Clay, okay.
Amo itong indala ko sa balay, kagin okit. Amo itong first ginakon nga start ko pag art. Tapos, after mga 8 years ko nga natutunan, gindala ko din sa may pistora mo sa land bank.
Oo.
Ako gin collection, display ko lang. Karon kay gin picturean sa ginablos ko. Tapos nakita sa social media, in-interview ko sa ABCBN. Amo na ito nag-start. Ito na nag-start nga, medyo damo na kapamangkot, damo na invitation. Tapos ginkuan ko sang BB, ginkuha ko nga gipicture na po ko. Kag sa Living Asia, kag sa Manila Standard to di Manila. Huwag ko kabalo nga ara na taray tsura ko sa Manila. Ipapasa lang sa ako ng kuan nga. Nga rin ko di sa Manila. Ang kuan ko mo invitation na naman. Hasta kadamo na ko na na-invite na ko sa ibang mga region. Mga region, Caraga region, Iloilo, Lambunaw, Cebu, Dumaguete. Na namayaman sila damo. Ang kalabanan ko nga dire, mga client ko, mga taga-kuan, Germany. Germany. Mga kuan, mga artist sa Germany.
Online.
Okay. So
Online
meaning your shipping ka product mo sa Germany?
Oo. Pero taga isa-isa lang, kay gusto nila one of a kind.
Okay.
Personalized nila.
Sige. From any members, any question to Mr. Jendo? In connection with our request that he be declared as the official local mudcraft artist of the municipality of Isulan, and mudcraft as our official non-food souvenir.
Food souvenir.
Of the municipality of Isulan. Okay? Yes, Honorable Dular.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Sir Lara, ang imo bang abilidad inang paghimo sang mudcraft, wala ba sang kaparehas na diri sa Sultan Kudarat or sa within region?
Ang iban may naghimo man sila mud, pero hindi siya sang durable, hindi nila pwede travel. So ang aton naman niya naghimo kuya sang mud siya, pero may halo na siya nga chemicals kag may
No silver siya tanaw, no?
May aran ako nga chemicals kag sodas balaw para magpag-on gid siya.
Hindi pag isugid kay karon ilugon nila.
Hindi may ara pa kita.
So, silingon ang ikaw lang gid, unique lang gid na imo, ikaw lang gid ang may amos na iyang
kay sa bilog yata nga Pilipinas, gin-research ko kung may mudcraft, wala pa.
May mudcraft, siguro pro lutak.
Lutak lang tong ila, pero puro ka lang to, abi, fragile tong ila. Ato may tibay lang siya ba.
So,
tapos ang texture sa ila, iba man yung aton. Kaya ang texture sa iba, kung kuha na pahining nila ng aton, may sabi ka, artist nga gusto niya, amo lang daw ni aton, hindi na pagliwaton.
So, sa pamilya niyo, Mr. Lara, ang asawa mo, kabalo na naghimo sila? O kung may mga tao ka pang nagahimo man sila nga litudloan mo?
Subong
Basta
abi,
pagdamo ni.
Mas damo na ko estudyante, abi, may yara na tong dati ko nga tauhan, ginkuha na ni Kublay.
Ito na, may branch ka na dito eh.
May branch na, tapos ang iban, sa mga sundalo, gani nga dati nga mga napag-apply na sundalo, mo niging doging gamit nila balang nga scale.
Pero basta ang originality,
sa aton,
ikaw ang original. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. From the other members, sige. Honorable Apiado.
Ang question ko, Mr. Chair, okay lang ba kay Sir Jendo nga i-declare kasang Isulan as one of the official non-food souvenir?
Actually, dugay ko na kinahulat na eh.
Okay.
Kay damo na nga, kaya real talk lang. Dati abiga pa naghap ko kung din ko makadto nga gintanggap na ko sang esperansa nga bali isa ka national kanila. National din ang bali sarili na tawag sininong ilang nga local artist. So sini ko nagdako ko sa Isulan, hindi ko kasako wala ka kuanang dito lang ko magstay. Amo na nga nagkuha ko sa ako nga business permit diri sa Isulan. Okay. Para diri ko nagdako mo, diri ko nag elementary, diri ko nag high school. So nagpasalamat ng ko subong. Classmate pa kami ni Councilor Darlene. So, artist man po siya. Sa dancing lang galing ba?
Sige.
Mr. Chair?
Honorable Pons de Musol.
Oo. So, sa pagbuhat mo sina mano-mano, no?
Sir, oo, sir.
Pero kinanglan mo ang mga machines o ano pamatyag mo? Pwede man mano-mano kung gamay lang ang mga order sa imo, pero kung magdamo na, dapat may machines ka nga kinanglan.
Actually, sir, kita to ang nag-produce sang medal sang seraa kag ang ilang tong trope.
Oo.
So may ara ko subong nga gindogin invention ko nga paano mag-mass production por himo Japon sang kamot.
Pero mas later, base kung ma-declare ka through our resolution, damo magbulig sa imo nga mga agency. Nga para ma-promote tagid eksakto ng imo nga talent. Oo. Kay hindi mo makaya ang mano-mano. Kinanglan kung mass production, may mga kinanglanon ka. Molding. O kung ano pa makita na to na.
Pero actually subong sir, may mga tao naman ako subong. Pero pasalamat na ko Japon kung may mabulig Japon niya bali mass production nato ng mas madalian lang.
Damo ma-adapt sa imo, sir, kung ma-declare ka as an official artist sa Bandcraft. Damo mabulig. Bali, ang patented imo na patent.
Oo, sir.
Personal patent.
Salamat din, sir, kung muna. Kailangan mo Japon ko siguro, sir.
Kinanglan.
Salamat, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, may dugang ka?
Mr. Chair.
Sa tanan, no, ma-feature ka lang sa Living Asia sa different national televisions like ABS-CBN. Pero ang pinakadako gidiri ang Living Asia. Maka-proud being an Isulanon nga may ara kita kababayan who will later on be qualified and be nominated as a national artist in the field of arts and sculpture. Kung hindi man sa national artist, may ara kita sang gawad manlilikha ng bayan. Just like the municipality of Lake Cebu na pila gani ang ilang gamaba, 4 or 5? 5. So, in that, kung ma-award ka o ma-declare ka as gamaba, hasta nga mapatay ka na lang, may ara ka gidya sang, kumbaga, though hero ka, ang kaano mo sina is hero ka, but in the field of culture and the arts. So, blessed gid ang municipality of Isulan nga may ara kita somebody in the person of Sir Gendora. Kag subong, gina-craft niya na ang aton niya as part of sang rehabilitation sang aton nga Isulan sang aton nga si Isulan roundabout. Nakita ko na ang design, ang miniature sang aton nga Isulan roundabout that will eventually maghatagid sang aton sang identity. Finally, may identity kag may storyline na gid ang aton nga Isulan roundabout. So si Sir Gendora ang naga-craft subong, naga-sculpt sang mga statue to sa Isulan roundabout. And also amo ni ang aton nga ipaga-declare nga official non-food souvenir sang aton nga municipality. So ini, dako ni siya, ginagamit ini, ganahatag ini for tokens, pero gaubra man sila, Sir Cubs, sang mga gagmay, mga miniature nga ginahimo as keychains, ref magnets, that is for mass production. And tama itong hambal ni SB de Masuay nga once ma-declare na natin si Sir Lara as our official local Madcraft artist, madamo pagid nga agency, most especially the NCCA nga maghatag sang mga grant, mga aids para sa iya. So ang ginahandom gigani ni ano nga makaput up siya sang School of the Living Tradition wherein matudloan niya ang mga younger generations ang iya nga craft kag mapass on ini nga ano para hindi kita madulaan sang mga mad craft artists diri sa Isulan.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
No, we'll finish Honorable Pons first. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think for the immediate recognition of Mr. Jendo Lara, for his talent and yung mga talento, it is your role as tourism officer to promote. Pwede mo siya i-feature sa mga sa mga newscasters natin para nationwide ma-capture natin.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. He was already recognized, sir, in the national level. He was already featured sa lain-lain ano. You can check sa YouTube. Pwede nyo ma-check sa YouTube. Mayara siya darha mga different interviews, features sa iba-ibang nga programa sa national. And our chances, kusugid ang akon nga convict nga basi pa lang masungkit naton ang best non-food souvenir this year sa Ormoc City. Because number 1, siya lang gid ang Madcraft artist sa Philippines. Number 2, ang trophy nga ginahatag during sa awards, sa Pearl Awards, siya man ang nagaobra. So, daw kaano man bala nga ang ginatanggap nga trophies ang iban sa mga awardees during the Ato Pearl Awards, aton. Tapos, wala kita entry, hindi naton siya may entry. So, daw ka, di ba? So, dako na gid nga chance gid naton nga magdaog dira sa...
So, siguro let's start here in this municipality.
Yes, sir.
Ang mga trophies naton nga ipanghata, award, even our, lace.
Yes.
Dapat
mga tokens. Siya gid, sir, actually, sa iya kita gakuha sa mga province, regional, siya na, sir, nagka-provide.
Yes, yes. Okay. So, Honorable Joffer Dorana.
Yes, Mr. Chair. He's recognized as a Madcraft artist and non-food souvenir. If ever na, siyempre, di maiwasan, baka gaya-gayahin, it's okay lang sa kay Sir Lara. Kay may mga sometimes makisakay sa ano ang kay patented man nga siya, but according to him may mga natudluan siya, but dapat maiwasan niya. Ang originality is coming from him, no? So ang siyempre kung copying, hindi na gito patented, no? So ano ang mga possible nga tawag may mga penalties ba or no? Dapat may siya, may pagasundan gid, no?
Sir, yes, sir. This is the first step. Isa gid ni siya, amo gining una nga step is that to declare him and his craft as an official via an SB resolution. Kaya ining SB resolution, i-attach ni naton sa application sa Intellectual Property Office para makakuha kita sang patent nga hindi siya makopya. Kag kung kopyahon siya, may ara kita may legal action kita towards sa mag-copyright sang iya nga works. And hindi lang naman ang gina-work out naton subong to get a patent or intellectual property patent. Damo kita subong gina-work out. Ginahulat ko na lang ang final sang tourism code kay ara man didto nakasulod ang Hamongaya Festival, the official tagline, ang isa pa naton nga ipapatent, ang wala pa kita nakapapatent sang logo sang munisipyo. Ang isulan him, wala pa nato na papatent. So, there are so many things nga dapat protektahan naton nga hindi makopya sang iban nga lugar.
Okay, thank you. So, if there are no more questions to Sir Jendo, rules are restored. And in the meantime, we'll declare recess and let's be back at 1:30. Honorable J.R. Dizon.
Mr. Chair, subject, Committee on Games and Amusement, Committee Report Number 2026-10. Pursuant to the referred matter to this committee, the committee motu proprio perused the request from Barangay Sampao and finding the same no longer requires the conduct of committee hearing. Item, Resolution Number 07-2026 of Barangay Sampao requesting the Sangguniang Bayan of ISULAN to issue permit to hold cockfights in Sampao, ISULAN, Sultan Kudarat. Findings. Number 1, the said resolution was received and stamped by the SB Secretariat on July 10, 2026. The scheduled date of cockfighting activity is on July 29, August 5, and 12, 2026. The holding of cockfighting activity is in the line with the forthcoming 69th foundation anniversary of the said barangay on August 20, 2026. The purpose of the cockfighting activities is to raise funds for the purchase of uniforms, equipments, and improvement of BPAT outposts. The committee gave emphasis to the strict adherence of Municipal Ordinance Number 2009-161 ISB, otherwise known as the Cockfighting Code of Municipality of ISULAN, which provides Article C, Barangay Cockfighting. Section 6, Rules and Regulations. The following shall govern the holding of cockfighting in the barangays. Number 1, there shall be no cockfighting activities in all barangays of this municipality except during the occasion of the celebration of barangay fiestas. The barangay concerned shall only be allowed to hold cockfighting activities for 3 sessions, and that is during the following: 2 days before Bispiers and the Bispiers by itself, subject to the authority of the Sangguniang Bayan. Number 2, only the barangay government shall be allowed to promote cockfighting activities in the respective barangays on the occasion of local fiestas. The concerned barangay's government shall be responsible for the maintenance of peace and order and safety of the public during holding of the above-mentioned activities in their locality. 3, filing of request. The request of Sangguniang Bayan for authority to hold cockfighting activities shall be filed at least 15 days before the scheduled dates of the cock. Stamped by the Office of the Secretary to the Sangguniang Bayan. Failure to comply with this provision shall result in the disapproval of such request. Recommendation. Based on the foregoing, the committee hereby recommends the passing of resolution authorizing the municipal mayor to grant permit to Barangay Sampao relative to the conduct of cockfighting scheduled on July 29, August 5, and 12, 2026, in line with the forthcoming 69th foundation anniversary of the said barangay. Further, that this measure be deliberated on second reading this session. Respectfully submitted by the Committee on Games and Amusement, Committee Chairperson, yours truly, Committee Vice Chairperson, Honorable Darlene H. Lama, Committee Secretary, Honorable Marvin L. Delano. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so will you please move for the adoption of your report?
Mr. Chair, I move for the adoption of Committee Report on Committee on Games and Amusement, Committee Report Number 2026-10.
The committee report number 2026-10 of the Committee on Games and Amusement is hereby adopted. The measure is scheduled for second reading this session.
So, Your Honor, there are no more committee reports. We'll proceed now to the calendar of business under second reading. First, we have this proposed ordinance establishing the Safe Municipality of ISULAN, otherwise known as the Bagong Angat ISULAN Ligtas na Pamayanan Program, integrating all existing local public order and safety legislations, providing penalties for violation thereof, and appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Okay, Honorable Moises Dular is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, since ang ginahulat sining safe municipality of ISULAN nga ordinance atong half nudity naton nga ordinance kag atong no drinking on alley streets. So nabalik naman sang province kag na-approve naman. So we have the right na nga padayon tanis Mr. Chair ning ordinance nga establishing the safe municipality of Isulan kay ma-integrate diri tanan nga mabasa nato na karon na section by section kung ano ang mga dugang naton dira nga nahimo na siya nga ordinance kay damo ina siya nga part nga mga ordinance nga gi-integrate naton nga nakahimo kita sa nga ining safety legislation nga ini no. So scroll lang Rom, hinay-hinay lang kag aton nga basahon. Stop pa na ron para mabasahan to ng enforcement of ang naka-integrate sa enforcement. Sige.
Nila. Papanay. Gin-repeal.
Integrate siya, Mr. Chair, nga mga kuwanaton. May anti-drug abuse, may illegal gambling, anti-vision program. Anti-bullying masulod yapon po, tiwag ito na-approve. CBRC. Stop alerong. So, dili sa public or dalang pagamay. So, ari na tong aton nga mga ordinances diri no. So, regulation of video key, drug racing, traffic code, enforcement of liquor restrictions, asti animals, firecrackers, barangay tunnel visibility, and sige no. Stop aerom. So diri sa dalom kami ano ganin siya. Section 8 creation of safe municipality council. A safe municipality council created by oversee the implementation of this ordinance composed of base may madugang municipal mayor chairman, chief of police, may si S. Osman. So kung wala madugang, diretso lang.
Sige. Though, enumerate niya, tanan nga related ordinances.
About safety, oo. Peace and
About
order, oo.
safe
Penalties room. Kaya kada ordinance sabihin penalty man siya. So, every ordinance naton nga integrate dira may penalties man siya. So, amo nang ibutang na lang ang penalty. Penalty room sa dito sa section 15.0 ta. Ara, section 10. The penalty shall be in accordance with the penal clause of the ordinance violated. So, ang itong na-integrate, abi the Honorable Dimasuay, ang tanan nga ordinance nga na-integrate dira, mayara siya mga ibang to may mga penalties na to siya. So, kung ano dito ang iyang penalty, amo na to siya. Dito na to na igo. So, baligin integrate na ng tanan dira. DILG siya. Ang title tayo sinitong Safer Cities and Municipalities. So, gin-revive lang gamay nga gimo lang gikuan ang bay angat bagong angat isulan bay ligtas na pamayanan. title naton.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Apiado.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to be clarified under the composition of the safer, ano to?
Section
the composition of the ordinance.
9 siguro to.
Section 9.
Composition room.
It is stated there, Mr. Chair, that one of the members
Ato composition, sige pa. Ara.
one of the members of the council is or SB member, chairman, and members, meaning all two members of the committee will automatically be members of the council.
Committee. Paki-correct lang, Ma'am Rax, the committee on peace and order. Hindi lang chairman. The committee and chairman and members, Manggalio. O klaro man. Chairman and members. So, upod niya po.
Hindi lang gali ang hindi lang ang chairman.
Hindi lang upod niya po ng committee. Pwede niya po na committee, pwede naman chairman and members. Wala mo na sunod po ang anti-bullying pakan. Ma'am Rax, wala ba sunod yung half nudity dito? Half nudity kagatong prohibition of drinking in the street alley street na butang ni mula pa. Ang atong ordinance naton nga mga bag-o bola ni mga dugang pa. Ara na dira tanan. Ang anti-bullying wala pa ito na-approve sa province. Anti-bullying isulod na lang na gyapon da. Atong sa MDRIM ta nga kwan. Siguro may kulang dugang na lang.
Okay, any more questions sa composition? Other relevant stakeholders?
Title room.
Okay, any more comment? Ay, di lang. Ano yung, anong action niya? Scroll balik. Anong, that ba? Data mo na. Integrate niya. Intervention. Sige, be. Pasaka, be. Nay lang.
Mga tunog ang damo gid mo ganyang tutukan gid. Ara man diyan ako pas lang ang braksa. Hindi na maginat ako. Mga kung kain atong bahay silangan lang kinahanglan dagdi kay kung matakpan na buhi ang labi nga gyapon. Kay way pasang butangan.
CBDRP. Ano no? Yun yung rate lang gitanan.
Sa drug sa badak.
Okay. Honorable Dular. For approval. Yep.
Mr. Chair, there is no question. I move for an ordinance on second reading. I move for an ordinance establishing the safe municipality of Isulan, otherwise known as Bagong Angat Isulan, or by Ligtas na Pamayanan program integrating all existing local public order and safety legislations, providing penalties for violations thereof and appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Any second. Okay, so the ordinance establishing the safe municipality of Isulan, otherwise known as by Angat Isulan, Ligtas na Pamayanan, program integrating all existing local public order and safety legislations, is hereby approved on second reading. And the measure is scheduled for third reading this session.
Next, Your Honor, on second reading is the resolution approving resolution adopting the third tranche salary increase effective August 2, 2026.
Okay, so
Finance na. Pila-pila ang increase na. Third trans. Step. Salary grade 24. First page lang. Taas ng kamay. Na 2402. Step 3. 93 93 pesos. 93,000. Ilang increase? Makadala lang mo na. Gusto nyo lang tuwig mo.
2,000 lang sa previous.
Kumain na na. Pang solicit. Hindi, August na start? Dapat yung natin, rinsa na nakapasubog.
Mr. Chair, if there are no more clarifications, this representation would like to pass a resolution adopting the third tranche salary increase effective August 2, 2026, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so the proposed resolution for the adoption of the third tranche salary increase effective August 2, 2026 is hereby approved.
Next proposed measure on second reading is the request for the passing of resolution for the concurrence of the appointment of Ms. Farida D. Hassan, registered social work, as the Municipal Social Welfare Development Officer of the Local Government Unit of ISULAN.
Honorable J.R. Dizon.
Mr. Chair, with joint sponsorship with all the members present, I move for the resolution requesting the urgent passing of resolution concurrence of Ms. Farida D. Hassan, RSW, MSWDO.
Okay, so the resolution concurring to the appointment of Ms. Farida D. Hassan, RSW, MSWDO, for or as Municipal Social Welfare and Development Officer of the Municipality of ISULAN is hereby approved.
Next proposed measure on second reading is the proposed resolution of commendation to Mrs. Nelly Annette G. Zambrano, Registered Social Work, Social Welfare Officer 3, for her contribution, fruitful contribution to the municipality of ISULAN.
Okay, Honorable J.R. Dizon.
Yes, Mr. Chair, again, joint sponsorship of all the members present. I move for the passage of a resolution of commendation for Ms. Nelly Annette G. Zambrano, RSW, Social Welfare Officer 3 of this municipality.
Okay, so the resolution of commendation for Miss Nelly Annette G. Zambrano, RSW, Social Welfare Officer 3, is hereby approved.
Next proposed measure on second reading is the request for a resolution to declare Mudcraft as the official non-food souvenir of the municipality of ISULAN.
Okay, Honorable Darlene Lama. Tama ba? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move for the urgent passing of resolution declaring Mudcraft as the official non-food souvenir of municipality of ISULAN.
Okay, so the resolution.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Moises.
Declaring Mudcraft as one of the official non-food
tama.
souvenir.
Amo nang na-agree ang kayo. Okay, so the resolution approving Mudcraft as one of the official non-food souvenir of the municipality of ISULAN is hereby approved.
Next proposed measure on second reading is the proposed resolution declaring Mr. Chendo P. Lara as the official local Mudcraft artist of the municipality of ISULAN.
Okay, Honorable Darlene Lama.
Mr. Chair, I move for the urgent passing of resolution declaring Mr. Jindo P. Lara as the official local Mudcraft artist of municipality of ISULAN.
Second the motion.
Okay. So, the resolution declaring Jendo Pilara as the official local Mudcraft artist of the municipality of ISULAN is hereby approved.
Next proposed measure on second reading is the resolution of condolences to the bereaved family of the late Roger Okinyo of the as the former job order or the job order personnel of this local government unit.
Okay. Honorable J.R. Dizon.
Si Roger Okinyo lang, condolences to the bereaved family.
Okinyo.
Okinyo.
Mr. Chair, I move for the passage of a resolution commending condolences to our job order, Mr. Roger Okinyo.
Okay. So the resolution of condolence is given to Mr. To the family, to the bereaved family of the late Roger Okinyo. The same is approved.
So next proposed measure on second reading is the proposed measures based on the committee report of the Committee on Health, Nutrition, and Sanitation.
Okay. Honorable Moises Dular. Recognize.
So, Mr. Chair, let us scroll again and section by section if there is no comment. If may komentar, stop natin.
Let's start from the title. Ini sa graphic warning. Balik tayo mo. Nay lang. Balik ba? Definition pa lang eh.
Definition of terms pa lang.
Ito lang yun.
Ano lang sa prohibited.
Delete. Nay lang. Dapat may warning, no? Pero do tanan may ara man.
Hindi,
Basi
may
ara, iman nga
may mga illegal abing kasunod, Mr. Chair, mga fort, mga Berlin, wala na
Why
sa
si warning to,
warning
Berlin to?
ang ilang sekretaryo. So, kinabawal ta na.
Okay. Sige. Dahil pagalit.
Desisyon pa. Di ba naliwat ng letter D, Ma'am Rax, Section 6, submit annual reports to the LCE during sa aton nga public hearing. Letter D, submit annual reports to the LCE na siya sa Ngunyang Bayan. Sesyon pa ka, sesyon pa ka ng tawag.
Tsaka biliwat. So, ang may penalty, ang gabaliga.
Ang baligya, Mr. Chair.
Ang
Ah.
the store owner or vendor. Sige. Do gamay penalty mo, honorable.
2.5 na
Wala
maximum.
na hingin. Okay, may diri ng 2.5. Okay. Okay. Honorable Dular.
Title room. So, Mr. Chair, on second reading, if there's no comment or correction, I move for an ordinance institutionalizing the implementation of Republic Act number 10643, otherwise known as the Graphic Health Warnings Law, in the municipality of ISULAN, providing mechanisms for local coordination, monitoring, advocacy, and support services, and for other purposes.
Okay, so the ordinance institutionalizing the implementation of Republic Act 10643, otherwise known as the Graphic Health Warning Law in the municipality of Isulan, is hereby approved on second reading. And this matter is scheduled for third reading this session. So next item on second reading.
Title na rom. Title, yeah, rom. So, this ordinance, Mr. Chair, we have an existing ordinance about the lactating stations, but may mga gindugang abing itong mga nagapadidi nga mga nanay, ka mga estudyante, nga tagaan sila sang 40 minutes nga break sa within 8 hours. Kag atong gidugang bag-o naman nga itong bawal sa mga evacuees o kung may mga emergencies nga mag-supply sa mga atong mga gatas nga para sa bata, nga pambibi, bawal kagang isa pa. May kulang pa maraks ba? August as national may lactating month to siya. Do sa edugang na lang to sa kung karon. So this ordinance, an ordinance amending municipal ordinance number 2016-213 ISB, otherwise known as the Lactating Station Ordinance of 2016, by strengthening the protection, promotion, and support of the breastfeeding through the prohibition of unauthorized donations of breast milk substitute during emergencies, providing lactation breaks for student mothers, reaffirming lactation breaks for working mother, expanding the coverage of mandatory lactation stations, and for other purposes. Scroll ta lang, Rob, hinay Rob. Yan, mabasa. Why man ako nabasa ang kwan. Ay, dugang lang to.
Sige. Balik ba? Acts, area daw, acts required. No? To establish and maintain accessible, safe, sanitary, breastfeeding friendly location stations. Okay. Sige, saka pa ba? Pabalik ulit, pabalik.
Balik.
So, to provide breastfeeding station,
Lactation stations.
and grant lactation breaks. Dodua lang man no? Okay. Okay. Prohibition authorized donations of breastfeed. Honorable Dular, okay naman siguro?
So may section 6A.
6A.
6A. May lugar mo tumakas ng August ng Racks. Itong August. Sige. Tapos haron may.
Mr. Chair,
Honorable Lapid.
I just wanted to be clarified under this particular section that educational institutions operating in the municipality are only encouraged. They're not
Required.
required.
Section
Section 6B.
B.
6-B.
All private education lang.
Ay, din to nabasa mo? Honorable
The
Lapid.
first paragraph of section 6-B, Mr. Chair. May we know if what's the statement of the Republic Act? Is it only encouraged or are we required?
Tanong to sa Republic Act.
Encourage na siguro.
Rooming in. Okay. Sige, pa-scroll up.
Kapag namin na palikoy ang gina-encourage sa mga athletic students. Hindi naman nila required get. Okay. Yung sa student, sabi,
Ari, Section 11, lactation stations are mandatory.
naragas dyan, pinag napalikoy nga kayo patiti man. So, encourage lang, pero kayo gina-required yun. Siyempre, bata pa. Hindi kayo, ano, bata mo. Estudyante mo. Estudyante pa mo. Early, ano? Hindi pa require, hindi pa mandatory. Encourage lang.
Sir Chair,
Yes, Honorable.
if this case na mandatory ang mga lactation station, it is room. Tama ba, Mr. Chair? Lactation station is a room? Or pwede siya nga hindi lang room? ano lang, ng curtain lang.
Mr. Chair, kaya answer.
Yes, yes. Please proceed, Honorable Dole.
During the committee hearing, not really necessary nga magpahimo ikasang room. Mayara lang nga corner kang bisan kortina lang, hindi lang makita gid ang sensitive parts ng mga nagapatiti, okay lang.
Pero in this law, ano ang nakabutang? Kay kung room siya, I mean, dapat siya maging part sa sang OBO o the office of the building official nga ma-require niya sa mga building gin-require dira.
Are, Section 11. I don't know if this will answer our query. It is hereby mandated that all health and non-health facilities shall establish lactation stations. The lactation stations shall be adequately provided with the necessary equipment and facilities such as lavatory for hand washing,
room gid
refrigeration or appropriate cooling facilities for storing express breast milk, electrical outlets for breast pumps, small table, comfortable seats, and other items, the standard of which shall be defined. The lactation shall not be located in the toilet.
Hindi pwede sa toilet.
Any directory for promotion. Though, why siya nagbutang sang room, pero though medyo ma-figure out mo, kung mag-amo na iya requirement, though room siya, may mga laboratory siya, may mga...
May ref pa gani.
May ref siya.
Iban gani nga room, ay pa ref. Pero actually, if that's the case, Mr. Chair,
for hand washing, okay.
kinanglan siya nga i-add sa requirement ni OBO. Kay bisan ng accessibility law, ginadugang nila. Initial law na ni. Kung may aras ang building nga magpatindog nga basta na, mga malls or...
dapat may lactation station.
Or ano pa da nga gin-require sang law. Maybe in our ordinance, we'll add a section that this ordinance will be given also to the Municipal Engineering Office or the OBO.
But Mr. Chair, again, during committee hearing, it was explained by the taga-Imitso, even nga hindi gid siya close gid nga lactating station, as long may kortina lang, medyo sirado lang, di makita. Kay sila man ang nag-determine, ang aton man nga taga-MHO, pwede naman daw siya. Tapos, makonect na lang siya sa BPLO naton nga during sang paghatag sang mga business permits, ang wala sang ang lagko nga matindahan, may kategorya gyapon atong daan tanga kay since ini i-amend man lang ni, mayroon na dito nakabutang ang lagko nga malang dogin select lang ang lagko nga mga stalls, mga ining mga department stores ang may ara nga lactating. So ang mga gagmay nga mga karinderya daw wala man. Kung may kategory man siya. Hindi man ka
Mr. Chair, actually kung tanawon, hindi siya nakabutang na sa building code. Pero as if ginamandate niya man na ang building nga magbutang sina. Kaya kung hindi mo na ibutang daan sa building during the planning, afterwards, nga tapos ng building, din mo karon ibutang. Patakaan mo naman. Di, ang room nga na ba, kay daw, lactation station is almost a room na gina siya. Then, if ever nga may mga bago nga building nga itukod, kung hindi mo daan siya i-require as per law, after the building was constructed, din naman siya ibutang. Kaya wala daan nakaplano.
Saka pa ba? Section 10. Tanong tabi. Sige, baba siya.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Abel.
In the original version of the ordinance, can we flash on our screen the statement made by Honorable Dular that in the unamended version of the ordinance, there's a provision there that we categorize establishments who are required to put these lactation rooms. Classification of establishments.
Classify all establishment. Corner shielded with screen, no? Pwede, no? Model 2. Wala man na amend, ara man natin existing man siya. Foldable divider. Cabinet. Divider na, pwede na.
Amo ning sa original ordinance.
Original. Para sa among may small refrigerator siya.
Ano ni mapili ka lang sa model dire?
Oo, may model gali siya.
May designated gali.
Ang ginamit ng minok yung mga dagko nga building na siya, ang mga department store na dagko. I-require na lang yun magparimo sa uwan. Ano lang 40 minutes na lactation breaks in the laboratory. Saka ano? PPB, so hindi siya exemption siya. Small establishment, agricultural supply.
Exception. Okay, so anong final ta? Ma-select sang model dito.
Balik ko sa model room. Yung mga model.
So pag-abot sa ordinance ta, Honorable Bibot, amo lang to. Atong
i-amend atong amo lang to i-amend atong 40 minutes kag ang gi-amend ta kag atong August as month lactation month kag atong during emergencies bawal magpadala sang mga substitute sa breastfeeding. So doon mo itong mga gin-amend naton. Ay dugang adindum. Hasta sa mga estudyante.
Mula na nga ito nyo.
Amo lang to anay aton niya kon. Kay may existing naman na itong Model 1 to Model 5.
Pero, lactation break lang man yun. Balik ba sa section? Ito may mga ay ano to? Di, atong sauna?
Atong bago room?
Atong requirement pala sing ano, lactation room. Lactation ano?
Itong model.
Di, atong ining version to na.
Aling bago na ron, bago ron. Itong bago na ron, itong bago na. Itong as a mandatory. Title.
Para. Ay. Ano? Balik ba eh? Ay, gago.
Sa school, sana mo. Whenever.
Section 5, establish. All shall establish and maintain accessible. So, mandatory siya. Sige. Scroll up. Pinay na eh.
Bago na.
Okay na. Tama na. Balik ka na, balik. Sige pa. Ari. Amula na yung ano ta. Ang ari sa aton. Hindi na eh. Ano na ni? Amula na eh.
Amo naman 0028 na.
Sige be. Atong anong nakabutang sa lactation room? Rio. Why nakabutang ang ano di? Atong may wall siya or may curtain siya.
Wala man privacy.
May privacy da nga word. Privacy. Okay.
Pwede sa kwarto.
General lang siya kung ano nga. Gani, anong privacy di?
Bawal sa CCTV. Sige, kuha na, himuin na section, Ma'am Rax. Singit lang to. Isingit lang tong August as lactation month celebration.
Okay na. Will you move for the approval, Honorable Dulan?
So, Mr. Chair, for on a second reading, I move for an ordinance amending Municipal Ordinance Number 2016-213 ISB, otherwise known as the Lactation Station Ordinance of 2016, by strengthening the protection, promotion, and support of the breastfeeding through the prohibition of unauthorized donations of breast milk substitutes during emergencies, providing lactation breaks for students' mothers, reaffirming lactation breaks for working mothers, expanding the coverage of mandatory lactation stations, and for other purposes.
Okay, so Municipal Ordinance Number 2016-213 ISB. An ordinance amending Municipal Ordinance Number 2016-213 is hereby approved on first reading.
Next proposed measure and second reading is based on the committee report of the Committee on Transportation, Communication, and Energy.
Honorable Marvin Delana, recognize.
Mr. Chair, there is a prepared ordinance.
Doliete Street, fronting Notre Dame. Honorable Apiado, ano ito? Correction mo kay na?
May correction a while ago, Mr. Chair, is the content of the committee report as regarding the Purok Doliete. It is supposed to be Purok Maligaya. Doliete Street, but it's under Purok Maligaya. Because it appears in the committee report that they invited and present during the committee hearing was the president
of the Purok
president
Doliete.
of Purok Maligaya.
Okay. Noted.
Okay.
Okay, I will read the content of the...
Sige.
Municipal Ordinance Number 2026 ISB, Ordinance regulating the use of roads, specifically Doliete Street fronting the Notre Dame of ISULAN Incorporated, as one-way traffic scheme, providing for the rules and regulations thereof and for other purposes. Be it ordained by the Sangguniang Bayan of ISULAN in its regular session symbol. Section 1. This ordinance shall be known as Ordinance regulating the use of roads, specifically Doliete Street fronting the Notre Dame of ISULAN Incorporated as one-way traffic scheme. Section 2. Declaration of policies. It is hereby declared as the policy of this municipality that Number 1, there shall be imposed a one-way traffic scheme along Dolite Street fronting the Notre Dame of ISULAN in DI Incorporated, and for the proper regulation of the traffic flow, there is hereby establishes the entrance beginning from La Corte Street and the exit to the Pitan Street during school days from Monday to Friday. Under one-way traffic scheme along Dolite Street, all private vehicles, motorcycles, tricycles, public utility vehicles, and other motorists tending to pass through Dolite Street shall be rerouted to the Pitan Street. And actually, the Pitan or Juan Street during school days. This traffic management measure will reserve Dolite Street primarily as the designated entry and exit route for students, parents, school personnel, and authorized vehicles accessing in DI Incorporated, thereby ensuring a safer, more orderly, and efficient flow of traffic during school days. Double parking of all public and private vehicles is strictly prohibited. Parking is allowed on the right side of the road alongside the entrance gate of the NDI Incorporated. Section 3, penalty clause. Violation of any provision of this ordinance shall be fined as follows. First offense, 500. Second, 1,000. And third and succeeding offense, 2,500. All violators shall have their vehicle impounded at the designated impounding area until the fine is fully paid. Section 4, separability clause. If any or provisions of this ordinance shall be held as unconstitutional or invalid, the other parts of provision or which are not affected thereby shall continue to be in full force and effect. Section 5, effectivity clause. This ordinance shall take effect upon approval and compliance with the mandatory posting and publication requirement prescribed under RA 7160, otherwise known as Local Government Code of 1991.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
ang one way ta, di maumpisa?
sa La Corte.
Di ganin ang La Corte.
O
diri
sa may Seventh-day Adventist.
Seventh-day Adventist.
Kung tatlong sa, ano na? Sa, hindi, may simbahan pa na to isa sa unahan.
Oo, Seventh-day Adventist.
Mormons. Oo.
Mormon.
Dito pa kadto sa Dapitan Street, pero pwede naman siya kagawa sa Catholic Church kag sa Dapitan Street or diretso siya. Pero hindi siya kabalik.
Hindi siya masulod.
Hindi siya kabalik.
Diri siya mag-entrance sa La Corte.
La Corte sa may entrance.
Oo.
Tapos,
either dito na siya kung di siya magawas, basta one way lang pakadto dito.
basta one way na. Kung diri sa side sang Notre Dame Maliko,
Pakadto sa simbahan, pwede siya. Or dito sa likod sa may sa Maria House.
sa Maria House dito sa exit.
Oo.
Or basta one way ning harap sang Notre Dame nga
Oo.
dalan. So okay. So pwede man siya ka-entrance diri sa
Sa simbahan, pwede man.
pwede man siya.
Pero ma-left side, ma-left turn siya, hindi siya
Left turn
maka-right
lang
turn.
siya, hindi siya mag-right turn.
Oh. Then, actually, the request is only with hour lang, no? Sa aga kag sa hapon. Pero I think, mas maayo nga maging culture dira nga lugar, nga amo na nga adlaw, Monday to Friday, one way siya. Kay kung oras-oras lang, magsipyat gyapon ng mga drivers.
So dapat whole day na.
Whole day na, oo. Kay total libot-libot lang man, open naman. Hindi man siya layo, gid kay dalawa lang makakanto.
Lapit lang man. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Lapeda.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to relate. Aning sa may National High School naton, may certain hour lang siya, time lang siya nga naka one way. 7 to 8 a.m. Kaya may iba naman nga mga Yes, Mr. Chair. And after sina, balik na siya normal nga route. Ay ning sa aton nga proposal ordinance, Mr. Chair.
The whole day na siya.
The whole day na gid siya.
Oo. Kay total lapit lang man ang sa nasyonal lagyo abi na. Kung kung isara mo gid siya the whole day, layo ang iya libuton. In case diri sa NDI, lapit lang libuton niya kay may mga kanto man siya nga ara sa tunga. Kag kung may oras-oras abi, hindi siya maging culture dira nga lugar. Malimtan na siya sa ulihi until such time nga awayan sang mga enforcer kag sang nagaagi kay ay way ko kabalo. Pero the Notre Dame of ISULAN Incorporated, the principal itself, nagpangako siya nga sila ang mag-provide sang mga signages.
Question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, during the implementation of the ordinance sa traffic scheme, traffic law, the LGU will be the one to provide the enforcer during the period sang ano?
During our committee hearing, ara ang police mismo ara, and every in and out daw sang estudyante, they are required now to be in the school. May ara na gid siyang nagabantay nga police, especially sa high school, and may ara man sang bipat nga iya sang barangay nga na-assign dira. I think ang bipat ang kuha nila eh.
Mr. Chair, kung sa ako lang, Mr. Chair, do, hindi pwede nga i-whole day ba? May mga time limit lang siguro kita nga himuon from 7 to 8. After that, di ko maghalin na itong aton nga mga enforcer, maghalin ng aton nga mga police. Back to normal siya. So pag abot naman sang 11 to 1, pwede naman ibutang nato ng signages nga one way naman. Hasta pag alauna, balik naman. Pag abot naman alas 4:30 nga gagawas ng mga estudyante, hasta alas 6 o alas 5:30, amo itong amon kinubra sa una sa ISULAN National High School eh. So kay karon kun ibutang mo ang signages dira nga permanente, wala man may gabantay gyapon, agyan lamang gyapon na katao. Do kun daw hindi man magsaway ba, agyan man lang gyapon na nila. So dapat gid kung mag-holiday kita, pwede man basta holiday man ang gabantay. Pero kung sa akon lang time kwan lang.
Actually, ang request ni NDI is from 6 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. 3:30 p.m. to 5 p.m.
Sa Udto ay na. Sa Udto ay na.
Wala
12,
na, wala.
1:30.
Actually, wala sila nagapagawas estudyante yata. So, lunch.
Kay wala mas lagaliga lunch break man sila.
Or depende sa plenary kung ano ang gusto.
Hapon na alaga.
Kuni. During peak hours.
Sa di sa nakita ko to sa Takurong, di ba sa Tubang sang simbahan, sa may Notre Dame, naka one way man na dati. Galing sang may ara na sang sang traffic light, gin two way na nila gyapon.
Sige. Pero ang ila request is 6 to
6 a.m. to 7:30.
Ayan mo lang.
Then 3:30 to 5 p.m. ang request gid.
Pwede na 4 to 5:30.
Depende
kay
sa
gabuhi sila guro mga alas 4 no. 3:30 no.
Ang napansin ko sa Notre Dame, Mr. Chair, ang sa likod na gate, abrin naman nila dito kada buhi.
pero wala sila nag-request for
Sa
that
likod niya, white
purpose.
sa likod kay Kwan. Atubangan naman
Pero
din ang ilang kwan.
abri na dito.
Abris lang kada buhi.
Di ang ginatagan nila dito sang time asang ginallowed nga gin mag-agi dito is the grade 11 yata. Ang grade 12 wala nila ginapagi.
Di sila. Para mabuhay na ng load nila di sa alam. Okay, so anong pleasure somebody?
As requested.
As requested, Honorable Dimasuay. Yes. Honorable Apiado. As requested, Honorable Darlene. Honorable JR. Okay. Ate, sige.
As requested.
6 to 7:30?
6 to 7:30 and afternoon 3:30 to
3 to 5. Okay? So, will you move for the approval this time, Honorable Dalanan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the approval of the ordinance regulating the use of the road, specifically Dulite Street fronting the Nursery of ISULAN Incorporated as one-way traffic scheme, providing for the rules and regulations thereof and for other purposes.
I second the motion.
Okay, so the ordinance regulating the use of roads, specifically Dulite Street fronting the Notre Dame of Isula Incorporated as a one-way traffic scheme, providing for the rules and regulations thereof and for other purposes is approved on second reading. And the measure is scheduled for third reading this session.
Next proposed measure on second reading is based on the committee report of the Committee on Games and Amusements.
Okay, Honorable J.R. Dizon.
Mr. Chair, I move for the passage of a resolution authorizing the municipal mayor to grant permit to Barangay Sampao relative to conduct of cockfighting scheduled on July 29, August 5, and 12, 2026 in line with the forthcoming 69th foundation anniversary of the said barangay.
Okay, so the resolution recommending or authorizing the municipal mayor to grant permit to Barangay Sampao relative to the conduct of cockfighting scheduled on July 29, August 5, and 12, 2026 in line with the forthcoming 69th foundation anniversary of Barangay Sampao is hereby approved.
So, Your Honor, there are no more proposed measures in second reading. We'll proceed now to the third and final reading. First, we have the ordinance establishing the Safe Municipality of Isulan, otherwise known as Bagong Angat Isulan or Ligtas na Pamayanan Program, integrating all existing local public order and safety legislations, providing penalties for violation thereof, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Okay. So this is for third reading, na?
Third reading.
Okay, good.
So, Mr. Chair, for third and final reading, I move for an ordinance establishing the Safe Municipality of Isulan, otherwise known as Bagong Angat Isulan by Ligtas na Pamayanan Program, integrating all existing local public order and safety legislations, providing penalties for violations thereof, and appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Okay, so the ordinance establishing the Safe Municipality of Isulan, otherwise known as Bagong Angat Isulan, Ligtas na Pamayanan Program, is hereby approved on third reading.
Next, on third and final reading, we have the ordinance institutionalizing the implementation of Republic Act Number 10643, otherwise known as the Graphic Health Warnings Law in the Municipality of Isulan, providing mechanisms for local coordination, monitoring, advocacy, and support services, and for other purposes.
Honorable Moises Dular.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And on the third and final reading, I move for an ordinance institutionalizing the implementation of Republic Act Number 10643, otherwise known as the Graphic Health Warnings Law in the Municipality of Isulan, providing mechanisms for local coordination, monitoring, advocacy, and support services, and for other purposes.
Okay, so the ordinance institutionalizing the implementation of RA 10643, otherwise known as the Graphic Health Warning Law in the Municipality of Isulan, is hereby approved on third and final reading.
Next measure on third and final reading, We have the ordinance amending municipal ordinance number 2016-213 ISB, otherwise known as the lactating station ordinance of 2016, by strengthening the protection, promotion, and support of breastfeeding through the prohibition of unauthorized donations of breast milk substitutes during emergencies, providing lactation breaks for student mothers, reaffirming lactation breaks for working mothers, expanding the coverage of mandatory lactation stations, declaring the month of declaring August ano nga ito as the breastfeeding week and for other purposes. Meron na.
Honorable Moises Dular.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for the third and final reading, I move for an ordinance amending municipal ordinance number 2016-213 ISB, otherwise known as the lactating station ordinance of 2016, by strengthening the protection, promotion, and support of breastfeeding through the prohibition of unauthorized donation of breast milk substitute during the emergencies, providing lactation breaks for student mothers, reaffirming lactation breaks for working mothers, expanding the coverage of mandatory lactation station, and declaring August as a breastfeeding month and for other purposes.
Okay, so the ordinance amending municipal ordinance number 2016-213 ISB, otherwise known as the lactating station ordinance of 2016, is hereby approved on third and final reading.
Next measure on third and final reading, we have the ordinance regulating the use of roads, specifically the Dolores Street fronting the Notre Dame of ISULAN Incorporated as one-way traffic scam, providing for the rules and regulations thereof and for other purposes.
Honorable Marvin Delano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for to pass an ordinance regulating the use of roads, specifically Dolores Street, fronting the Notre Dame of ISULAN Incorporated as one-way traffic scheme, providing for the rules and regulation thereof and for other purposes.
I second the motion.
Okay, the ordinance regulating the use of road, Duliete Street, fronting Notre Dame of ISULAN as one-way traffic scheme, is hereby approved on third and final reading.
So, Your Honor, there are no more measures on third and final reading, and we have already also exhausted the items in the order of business, Your Honor. So,
Okay.
we are now on the unassigned
Unassigned business, yes, Honorable Moises Dolar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, pwede ta kahangyo sa mga staff ta nga utangan ta sa nga standing committees nga tarpaulin diri kay gisa malipatan ta nga aton nga
Gani.
mga committees ba ang mga sidwaton nga mga
Yes.
co-chairman aton nga kwan. So, base pwede.
Ano nga nga nahukas to?
Okay, last to 21st.
Atong last naton ba to 2021
Kay
kwan ba to?
2021 to. Amo galit. Wait, sa
22
bago?
naman sa mong ambot hindi kabalan.
Di, mera. Wala pa natakot, no?
And second, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So, during sang pagkapitan ko, Mr. Chair, gi-request na mo nang diri sa may in-between sang Kalawag Central kag Notre Dame of ISULAN nga diri magita sa ISULAN na tubuan buot no. Sang una may dalan magidin ang access road para tani ang mga taga Kalawag dos magkato sa simbahan, hulakton na lang kaysa maglibot pa. So at that time,
likod sa
during
grandstand?
likod sa grandstand kag in between sa Notre Dame of ISULAN kag sa Kalawag Central. Pero busikad ko diri sa aton nga assessor's office nga wala daw sang sa planning dalan. So basi makahimo kita sang tikang diri sa SB, Mr. Chair, nga mapahimuan ta na dira kay since ina public land ban ina da kag ang aton constituents nga hindi na mabudlayan Ang kalawag do sa kalibot pa, ti kung may access dira, bisan magadto sa Notre Dame o sa simbahan ng aton mga tao, madali lang. So, why man building, may building nga dikit na, doon
Oo,
nagtapad
padera ka
na.
Notre Dame.
Why nagbukad naman na? Dikit gid sila? Anong dalan lang?
Why na dalan subong?
Hindi na. Anong dikit na? Oo. Anong dikit ng grandstand?
Sige lang, tanaman ay mayo pag honorable
istudyahan
Ibot.
na.
Okay.
And last, Mr. Chair.
Dalan man ginada sa una.
And last, Mr. Chair, so birthday sang ako nanay karong Sabado, ika-87th birthday siguro. Ina-invite ko ang tanan man nga magadto lang, sana kagusto lang. Alas 5 sa hapon, taman alas City.
Sa din?
Sa Dula Rosa. Ito sa aircon yapon. May ridwall.
Alas 5?
Alas 5, oo.
Tapos ng pickleball court mo?
Ginapintahan na subong kuan ko pa kay according kay Honorable Dalanon. Basta pa kuno dapat mga 30 days pa kuno bago pintahan kay. Pwede Basta magbatisot ka lang. May 500 ka pa.
Okay, any more? Kung wala na, session adjourned. Ano to? Ano oras sino ganito?
Hindi, may nakaturo kami.
May break. Rom, ipagawa bidang impeachment. Ano ta?
Grasya, oh. Tulog kita na.
Ang mga PDSB nga tagaan, katubang ngayo katong death certificate, nasubong hinagdo kay yan ay hindi pangatahan.
Ano yun? Close ko gina, pre. Amo na yung napatay, pre. 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 Amo na yung napatay.
Cannot rise over source. No? Ibig sabihin po nun, while the impeachment court is a constitutional creation, it cannot go over and above the Constitution itself. And when we talk about the impeachment court under Article 11, we cannot read that in isolation. We have to also give due regard for all other provisions of the Constitution, specifically the Bill of Rights, kung saan due process ay isang bagay na nakatatak po doon at pinapakita doon, ano bang ibig sabihin ng due process? Due process is, kasama po sa kalakip ng due process, ay ang bawat na nasasakdal ay meron ding pribilehiyo na maging maprotect o maproteksyonan ng mga batas na isinagawa ng mismong Kongreso. So now let's go on to Section 8A. No? As you can see, Your Honor, that is at least for our position, it's an absolute prohibition. Unlike other laws where they created, for example, in the bank secrecy law, meron nakasulat doon, aaminin natin, in cases of impeachment is an exception. Pagdating po dyan, wala po ni isang exception. It could have been easy, especially since this is a
Kaya ito tanawa to sa ila sa mga PA. Sa mga PA.
And that is why we
Kulang
are
na to
saying
nga,
na pagdating sa 8A, absolute po yan. It does not say that there's any exception if any court processes are actually issued to compel the production of these documents. Precisely because ang nasa loob po kasi ng mga records ng AMLAC are intelligence. No? And that's why it's confidential. And once AMLAC determines that they find out that certain transactions are subject to money laundering or should be actually filed in court, the end result is the complaint itself and not the raw data. And that is why, Your Honors, as to the raw data or the information that they receive, yan po ay strictly confidential under 8A.
Thank you for that. Again, I would like to put on record that I was trying to look at that particular section 8A, and I don't see anything that says this court would not have any prerogative as to whether or not we can subpoena bank records. But let me move forward. Perhaps this could be my last question, Your Honor, Mr. Presiding Officer. The Constitution recognizes two equally important principles: confidentiality on one hand, and the freedom of information, which promotes transparency and public accountability on the other. So, Attorney Powa, gusto ko lang pong malinawan for the benefit of this representation and our dear colleagues here, being senator judges, may legal distinction po ba between disclosure of information to the general public and the limited production of records solely to this impeachment court in the exercise of its constitutional function? Because we understand that the principle of freedom of information is rooted in transparency and public accountability, especially po when the conduct of a public officer is under constitutional scrutiny. Now, if confidentiality is the concern, would you agree, Attorney Powa, that this impeachment court can impose safeguards on the use and disclosure of the records? Kung maaari naman po na magpatupad ang impeachment court ng sapat po na safeguards upang mapanatili ang confidentiality ng mga records, bakit po dapat maging hadlang ang confidentiality sa isang impeachment court upang suriin ang mga impormasyon na maaari nga pong may kinalaman sa mga isyong nararapat nitong resolbahin bilang isang impeachment court?
Para sa atin po, no, kung ano man pong hakbang ang pwede o hindi pwedeng gawin ng isang impeachment court tulad ng nasa harap natin na ngayon, it must be confined to the limits imposed by the Constitution and the laws. No? So, kahit sabihin po natin, we are not against transparency. I just want to make that clear, Your Honors. We are not against accountability. But again, as I've mentioned last week, hindi naman porket po that we are all looking for accountability ay transparency, ay isasantabi na lang po natin kung ano ang mga karapatan, hindi lang para sa impeachable officer, pero para kahit sinong Pilipino na nakasaad sa batas, including absolute confidentiality in terms of AMLAC reports, which we are pointing to. So para po sa atin, nakikita ko yung punto po ng ating hukom, no, na paano kung mag-impose na lang tayo ng certain conditions. However, Your Honors, those certain conditions may be allowed for other records, pero pagdating sa AMLAC po, absolute po kasi yung prohibition. And if we were to amend or at least suspend the provision of 8A, then it is as if this honorable court is actually doing some sort of judicial legislation, no? Because we are technically suspending this law for a specific person na hindi natin pwedeng gawin sa iba. That is why, ang sa akin lang po, ang sa amin, sa punto ng depensa, is paano po yun? Meron po bang instances na papayagan na lang natin, isang tabi natin yung batas, at merong instances na hindi? I think, Your Honors, we feel, the defense feels, Your Honors, that in the search for truth, transparency, accountability, we must still work within a framework, which means that we must work within the limits imposed by the Constitution, the laws, and the rules of the land. Yun lang po, Your Honors.
Salamat po, Attorney. Mr. Presiding Officer, just a few seconds, just to put on record, ang Senado po ay nasa plenaryo na po yung proposed Bright Act natin na maraming sumuportang mga kasamahan natin. And ito kasama po dito yung amendments to AMLA to put in black and white the circumstances under which bank records, financial transactions may be lawfully accessed by competent authorities, subject always, of course, Mr. President, to appropriate safeguards and due process. So gusto ko lang pong banggitin that indeed confidentiality is an important legal protection, pero hindi din po ito dapat maging dahilan naman para manatiling mailap po ang pananagutan. Ang mabuting batas ay kayang pangalagaan ang privacy nang hindi po nasasakripisyo ang accountability. Our laws must be able to protect both, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat po, our councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Judge Villanueva. Your remarks and responses thereto are duly noted and entered into the records. Senator Judge Pia Cayetano is next, I believe. You may proceed, ma'am, when you're ready.
I'm ready to proceed, Mr. Presiding Officer. I'd like to start this discussion with a question that hopefully will allow our kababayans who are watching, listening, to understand this situation. Of course, I pose it also to the parties. If the government had in mind that there's a business, and of course, a particular businessman or businesswoman who is violating a lot of laws pertaining to the operation of their business, be it customs law, BIR, regulations, can they just proceed and pwede ba silang basta na lang mag-request ng dokumento o mag-file ng kaso na requiring the businessman and the corporation to produce those documents? Pwede ba? So yun ang pag-isipan natin, no? Kasi yun ang tanong eh. Similarly, ginagawan ko lang ng ibang analogy para maintindihan ng mga kababayan natin. So this is the essence, dear colleagues, parties, of the principle of due process. This is ingrained in our Constitution. Totoo po na may karapatan ang gobyerno at obligasyon ng gobyernong patakbuhin ng maayos ang gobyerno, but it is always with due respect to the rights of every individual Filipino. That is the right to life, liberty, and property. So bago mo sagasaan yung right to life, liberty, and property, siguraduhin mo lang na may basihan ka. Yun lang naman ang sabi. So of course, ako, gusto ko talaga na maayos ang patakbo ng gobyerno para if somebody's life is also in danger, then government has to step up and prevent somebody's liberty. Kasi nga, sinasagasaan niya yung life and liberty ng ibang tao. So it's a balance, no? I think we can all agree it's a balance. So I want to go straight into a landmark case and I will ask both parties for their legal opinions on it kasi it is a legal proceeding. Pero gawin niyo lang simple para hindi masyado complicated para sa mga nakikinig sa atin. So in the landmark case of Stonehill versus Diokno, 1967 pa po to, karamihan ng mga lawyers hindi pa pinapanganak. The importance of due process was highlighted and the Supreme Court discussed 2 points. General warrants are void. Sabi ng Supreme Court, a warrant must be issued on probable cause for one specific offense and must particularly describe the thing being seized. So kailangan particular ang description dun sa warrant. Warrants that leave it to the discretion of the officers serving them to decide what to seize or general warrants are outlawed by the Constitution because they place the sanctity of the home and privacy at the mercy of prosecutors. So sinabi dito na kailangan specific. Take note warrant ito ha. Supina naman ang pinag-uusapan natin. Alam ko po yun. Pero I'm pointing it out kasi ang magiging tanong ko later on is kung relevant ito sa kaso. Okay? The other principle that was established in Stonehill versus Diokno was the exclusionary rule. Evidence obtained through an unconstitutional search is inadmissible for any purpose in any proceeding. Ito po yung tinatawag na the fruit of the poison tree. Pag nakuha mo yung information dun sa bawal na paraan, kung ano yung information mo, bawal ipakita yon. And this is where I need to get guidance from the presiding officer. If I'm allowed, I don't have to name names, to share the discussion that we had in caucus para lang mabanggit ko na ito yung mga provisions of law na napag-usapan. Am I allowed to do that? Would you like me to approach you please let me know because I will abide. Basically, because ang nangyari is we had our own discussion and I want to mention the provisions of law that we discussed. I don't have to mention names.
The lady may proceed.
Okay, thank you. So, tungkol dito sa exclusionary rule, ulitin ko, fruits of the poison tree, dun nga sa aming very open discussion, and I thank many of our colleagues who were I think we engaged in a fruitful discussion for some, not for all. I think yung iba talagang gustong makipag-debate at di-debate kasi gusto ko rin matuto, no? I think all of you will attest na I also wanted to learn from all of you kung anong perceptions nyo sa batas, kung ano din yung sinasabi ng mga abogado nyo. So dun sa fruits of the poison tree, sabi ko, kung yung pinanggalingan ng mga dokumento bawal na kunin ng basta-basta, then paano mo gagamitin? And meron kasing observation na lumabas na kasi yung documents na yon sa House. So nakita na ng publiko sa House. So sabi ko, pero if I will look at, and this is where I will pose the question to all of you, no? Medyo layered so pasensya na sa medyo complicated. Yung isang concern ng defense na nabasa ko is that hindi nag-allege ng ultimate facts. Hindi klaro kung ano yung naging kasalanan at hindi na-identify ng maayos itong facts na to that lead to a conclusion of law. So, wala daw yun. Later on, I will ask both parties again to also clarify that. But the point is, kung walang basihan yung paglabas ng ebidensya na yon, it is the fruit of the poison tree, then you cannot use it. So yun yung importante dito kasi I'm sure nakita nyo no sa korte kahit sabihin nyo pong sa mga legal drama na na-throw out, the case is thrown out because na-violate ang due process. So that's the discussion I want to have. I want to hear both ha. Wala akong kinikilingan dito. I'm just explaining na yun yung argument ng defense na walang due process, kulang, at why prosecution would you say na nasusunod yung due process. And before I give the floor to the parties, yung sinabi kong kaso na Stonehill versus Diokno, very interestingly, involves the esteemed father of our colleague, Congressman Prosecutor Chel Diokno. In the case of Stonehill versus Diokno, the father of Congressman Diokno was the Secretary of Justice. And in this case, the government, through the Secretary and other prosecutors, suspected that Harry Stonehill and his associates and several corporations that they controlled were violating central bank laws, tariff and customs laws, Internal Revenue Code, and the Revised Penal Code. So nag-request sila ng issuance of search warrant. At ang gusto nilang tingnan is books of accounts, financial records, vouchers, receipts, ledgers, etc., and other documents showing all the business transactions. Stonehill and the other petitioners filed a petition before the Supreme Court arguing that the search warrants were general warrants because they did not particularly describe the things to be seized. So, general pa pala yun. Books of accounts, financial records, receipts. General pa pala yun. And the Supreme Court ruled that indeed, general warrants are void. Warrants must be based on probable cause. Nasabi ko na yun, ano? And then the case also adopted the exclusionary rule holding that evidence seized under an unconstitutional warrant is inadmissible. So, I now pose my questions. Applicable po ba ang kaso na ito, Stonehill versus Diokno, as far as the prosecution is concerned, and then also for the defense, applicable? Take note, I've read most of the pleadings, well, all of the pleadings, mahahaba sila. I kind of know your answer, but sa dami, I like to hear it again, and I think, of course, karamihan ng kababayan natin did not read it. So explain natin sa kanila, because this is a landmark case. Kung ikaw ay law student na magbabar, ito yung mga kasong titingnan mo. So malay mo, matanong yan sa bar. So nakatulong man lang tayo dun sa mga bar students na maliwanagan sila. Baka mamaya trick question to. Is it applicable or not? That is my question. I will sit down, and then I will come back for my next. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may be recognized.
The member of the panel of prosecutors may proceed to give his answer. Thereafter, the counsel for respondent may do so as well.
Iba po ang konteksto ng search warrant na naging main issue sa Stonehill versus Diokno sa konteksto po natin na subpoena ang pinag-uusapan. Ang search warrant po, ang governing law po dyan ay nasa Bill of Rights natin, Article 3, Section 3. At kaya siya nandun dahil very invasive po ang search warrant. Pag ang isang judge ay nag-issue ng search warrant, pwedeng pasukin yung opisina o yung bahay ng person involved, pwedeng halongkatin yung lahat ng mga gamit niya doon sa kanyang opisina o sa kanyang bahay. Kaya po naglagay ng maraming limitasyon ang ating konstitusyon dahil marami ng pang-aabuso, marami ng mga halimbawa ng pang-aabuso na nangyari kahit noon pa. Iba po ang pinag-uusapan natin ngayon. Ang pinag-uusapan natin ngayon ay subpoena. Hindi po ito license to enter an office or to search any place. Ito po ay mismong humihiling lang ng mga dokumentong nakasulat sa loob ng subpoena. Therefore, the contexts are very different. When we speak of a search warrant, I do agree there should be very specific limitations on how that warrant can be enforced. Pagdating naman po sa subpoena, meron din po yan, but that is not governed by the Constitution. It's governed by Rule 21 of the Rules of Civil Procedure, which basically provide that for a subpoena to be valid, it must be relevant and it must be definite. Ibig po sa relevance ay may kinalaman na may kaugnayan yan sa mga kailangan patunayan ng mga facts. At pagdating naman sa definiteness ay klaro kung anong mga iba't ibang dokumento ang hinihingi. In our case, we respectfully submit, Your Honors, that we have met both the standards of relevance and materiality. The BIR records, the bank records, and the records of the Anti-Money Laundering Council are relevant to the facts in issue pertaining to the charges of unexplained wealth. Hindi po natin malalaman kung talagang merong unexplained wealth ang Vice President kung hindi natin mabubuksan yung kanyang mga bank records, kung hindi rin natin makikita at mailalatag ang anti-money laundering at BIR records po nila. And insofar as definiteness is concerned, we have specified the particular documents that we are requesting, and we have included as well an explanation of why those are important. Kaya sa aming pananaw po ay we have satisfied the requirements for a subpoena do sustecum. Thank you.
Mr. Presiding Officer, before we recognize the defense, just a quick follow-up question.
Hindi ko may lapit eh.
Bigyan ko ng time na bulungan muna siya ng kasama
I'm
niya.
sorry.
Okay na kayo? No, it's okay. It's okay.
Senator Judge Pia, would you like the counsel for respondent to answer?
Not yet, Mr.
Not yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
my request was if I'll just ask a follow-up question.
You may proceed,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you for that. I appreciate His Honor's response. May I simply point out, and again, please give me your explanation. Tama ho yung pagkambanggit nyo na yung nature ng search warrant very invasionary, di ba? Because it requires that pasukin yung bahay, halugugin yung gamit. Pero hindi kaya invasive din yung paghalughog ng records? Is that not extremely parallel? I mean, is it not very similar in the sense that what is being questioned now are the very essence of somebody's savings, earnings? So, which we have to agree, I think there's no doubt that that is protected, but in fact, His Honor is saying that it would fall under the police power. So, imbis na papasukin mo sa bahay na nandun yung mga dokumento, you will do the same by asking these agencies, whether it is the BIR, the banks, or AMLA, to now reveal these documents. So that's my question. Is it in the prosecution's, is it the point of view of the prosecution na iba yun? Hindi ba invasive yun? Kayo gumamit ng word na invasionary, no, but I'll use invasive, I think. Yeah. Anyway, please answer, and then we'll give the floor to the defense, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Counsel for the panel for prosecutors
Thank
may
you, Your
answer as he pleases.
Yung pong search warrant, kung ano man ang makuhang ebidensya doon, ay direktang binibigay po yun sa court. and that is now considered as evidence by the court that issued the search warrant. Iba po ang subpoena dahil pag naglabas ang isang hukuman ng subpoena, itong mga records ay hindi po siya considered yet as evidence. Yan po ay ipoproduce lang, dadalhin lang po sa korte, and now it is up to the parties, and I refer to both parties, to decide which of those documents may be relevant in terms of the evidence that they are need to present. Yung pong nakikita po natin sa subpoena, it is not in any way invasive because as I mentioned earlier, as pointed out by Senator Enrile when he was the presiding officer in the Corona trial, we are simply having those documents produced. The admissibility of those documents will only be determined after if offered by the parties. Kaya po sa aming mga pananaw ay malaking-malaki ang pagkaiba ng search warrant sa subpoena.
Your Honor, may I be
With the permission of the lady Senator Judge, counsel for respondent may now give his answer to her query. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honors. Your Honors, ang posisyon po ng depensa dito ay subpoena and a search warrant are very much similar in that both are compulsory processes. No? So, yes, hindi tayo papasok sa bahay ng isang tao o ng nasasakdal, but it will be intrusive because we will be opening up all the financial transactions for, sabi nga dito, almost 20 years of the respondent. Kaya po, katulad ng isang search warrant, the things that we are asking for through a subpoena must be particularly described. Kanina po, nabanggit po ng aking kagalang-galang na opposing counsel na particularly described na po yung kanilang naisulat. However, the defense does not agree with that proposition because if we look at it, tama naman po, nakasulat po dito ng hinihingi nila ay account opening and maintenance records, KYC documents, information files, signature cards, all account and transaction records, ledgers, journals. Basically, Your Honors, this is everything. Ibig sabihin, ni-specify lang nila ang nilalaman ng lahat ng bank records ng respondent. So, in our view, Your Honors, while they took pains to specify each and every document, the truth of the matter is they're asking for everything. Ngayon, pagdating sa subpoena, and even in the case they cited, yung Rocco versus Contreras, no? Nakasulat po doon that for a subpoena to be validly issued, when we talk about particularly describing yung kung ano yung hinihingi, it has to be evidence that is both relevant and material. So ang tanong namin, saan ba dito yung relevant or material? Kasi lahat na po ng records hiningi eh. So, and this bolsters our theory, of course with all due respect to the opposing side, na kaya namin tinatawag o kaya namin natawag na fishing expedition ito. Kasi lahat na ng records hiningi, pero hindi naman matukoy which would actually be relevant, which would actually be evidentiary to the accusations they have made under the articles of impeachment. So, pero dito, hinihingi natin 20 years worth of records. And then, paano po yun? Hihimayin natin, maghahanap tayo ngayon kung may relevant o wala. Which brings me back to yung BIR records. Nakaseal po yung box. So I would say, both parties, hindi natin alam kung anong nasa loob nun. Yet, we're hoping na somehow, pag nabuksan yung box na yon, meron po tayong makikitang ebidensya. And that's why, again, with all due respect, we called it a fishing expedition. Kasi hindi naman na-identify kung ano mismo doon yung pwedeng ebidensya laban sa sinasabing unexplained wealth umano ng Vice Presidente. So, with the question, for us, yes, the Stonehill case, Stonehill versus Diokno, directly applies to the current proceedings. Kasi nga po doon, sinasabi talaga na dapat specified yung hinihingi, particularly described and relevant. But as of this point, they're asking, Your Honors, for all of these things. And again, while they specified each and every document, kung babasahin niyo po ng mabuti ito, they're actually asking for all bank records without, in fact, telling us which transaction is relevant to their accusation, which transaction will actually support their accusation. Yun po yung aming pananaw dito sa tanong ng ating kagalang-galang na hukom. Thank you po.
If Your Honor, please, may be allowed to respond.
Hold on, counsel for the panel of prosecutors. Senator Judge Pia is the one asking the questions. Unless it's not a debate between the two counsels, you're merely responding to answers from questions by senator judges.
I actually prefer not, pero alam mo na, baka sabihin naman na may bias tayo pag di ko naman pinayagan. Di payagan.
no,
I defer to
Senator Judge Pia, you asked the question, they answered. It is not for the opposing counsel to answer points raised. They had that chance when they did their oral arguments, rebuttal and surrebuttal. You may proceed with your question, Senator Pia.
Sige, my question is, what is your question? Or what is your comment? Go ahead.
Right.
But keep it brief. Keep it brief.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I just wanted to point out that this is the first time actually an impeachment court is faced with the challenge of determining whether the charges of unexplained wealth are valid or not. And yung previous Corona case, hindi po pinayagan ng impeachment court yung Article 2.4 ng Article 2. At kung ang magiging batayan po natin ay yung naging mga desisyon ng ating Korte Suprema, sinabi mismo ng Supreme Court in several cases na pag ang usapin ay unexplained wealth, kailangan makita yung kabuuan ng kinita ng isang lingkod bayan at yung mga dineclare niya sa salian. Just to quote just a very short portion, sabi ng Supreme Court from the same case I cited earlier, the Ombudsman's failure to account for all lawful sources of income, including proceeds from business ventures and government benefits, further weakens the allegation that Rafael's wealth was unexplained. The incomplete assessment disregarded his accumulated assets over decades of public service, making it impossible to determine whether his property acquisitions exceed his legitimate financial capacity, end quote. Hindi lang naman po dito sa harapan nitong hukom na ginagawa yung pagtingin sa kabuuan ng isang lingkod bayan. The Supreme Court has done it in this case where they looked at decades of the financial records of the person charged with unexplained wealth, and it has also happened in the cases of Rabusa and Ligot, which were decided recently by the Honorable Court. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I at least be given just 1 minute to respond to that, Your Honors? But of course, I will submit to the pleasure of the Honorable.
Of course, I yield. Of course, I yield.
The same opportunity, I'm assuming.
Yes, Your Honors. Again, hindi ko po tinutuligsa o ino-oppose yung mga na-mention na case ng aking distinguished opposing counsel. However, those cases do not involve impeachment. And why is that relevant? Because in impeachment, as we have said, merong allegation ng unexplained wealth, pero wala naman pong nakasuporta na mga documents para makita natin ano ba yung basis na naging aligasyon. Pangalawa po, again in impeachment, according to the case of Duterte versus House of Representatives, meron po tayong tinitingnan kung ano ba talagang impeachable offense. At yun po ay again, offenses or acts or omissions committed while the public officer is occupying the impeachable office and in relation to such office. That enough, Your Honors, is very clear under the decision. That is all, Your Honors.
Thank you, Counsel for Respondent. Senator Judge Pia, may proceed.
Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, I'll go to my next point, but it will kind of overlap with this point as well, so bear with me. My next point, Mr. presiding officer and parties, is still on due process. This is the requirement that every pleading must allege ultimate facts and must not contain conclusions of law. So again, I'll start with an example. If for example, if there's a case filed, no, and sabi, si Juan robbed the house of Mario. So para maintindihan ng mga kababayan natin, Juan robbed the house of Mario. That is a conclusion of fact. Nangyari na daw yun. And if there's another allegation that says, therefore Juan is guilty of robbery, that is a conclusion of law. So again, I try my best not to be technical. It's in my, I would have wanted to be a teacher if not a lawyer, so I do like to be able to explain things well. So ang hinahanap dito is, bakit mo, gusto mong patunayan yung facts mo. Yun yung kailangan sa ultimate facts. Kailangan mo patunayan, bakit mo sinasabing Juan robbed the house of Mario. Di sasabi mo, ang ultimate fact dyan example is, si Juan ay nakita dun sa vicinity ng bahay ni Mario. Tapos ito si Mario, narinig na nagsisigaw na ninanakawan kami, whatever. Tapos yun, meron siyang testimonya na ano yung nawala sa kanila. Tapos may nakakita na kamukha ni Juan yung nandun. Tapos namukhaan nila, na-describe nila na 5'10", medyo mapayat, ganon. So yun yung mga ultimate facts na later on sa evidence patutunayan. That's just very general, no? And then later on, parang mapatunayan yung robbery, i-allege ngayon yung elements of the crime that constitute robbery. So, nung di pa ako abogado, di ko naman alam ang difference ng robbery and theft. Yung robbery kasi qualified yan eh. So, pumasok siya sa bahay using violence. That's what makes it robbery. So, kailangan na i-allege yun. Sorry to be a bit technical. Alam kong yan ang phrase of the day. Let's not be technical. Phrase of the week, phrase of the month. But we have to be able to explain these things in a way that people understand without forgetting that these are rights of the defense and rights of the person who is being tried here, and kailangan maliwanag yung ating mga accusations. So, my question now goes to both the prosecution and the defense. I know that the defense, in their answer, questions the failure of the complaint or the articles to allege ultimate facts, and therefore I think they filed the case before the Supreme Court. I'll give you your time to answer because I don't really recall that I heard it mentioned in the oral argument. So again, with the permission of the presiding officer, papasadahan ko lang naman na nabanggit ko yun na nandyan yan sa nandun sa memorandum, pero hindi ko naalalang, I'm just speaking naman for myself kung ano yung mga sinabi ko dun sa aming meeting, na hindi ko naalalang nabanggit. Baka naman nasabi, hindi ko lang naalalang na-emphasize kasi nga limited yung time. But I do recall that it's in the complaint, it's in the answer, and then it's also in the memorandum. So, pinupursue nyo pa ba ito? Kasi me as a judge, importante to kasi paano ba didepensa ng maayos kung hindi nga nag-a-allege ng ultimate facts that go into the case. And then, for the prosecution naman, may I ask you kung saan, because bawal ho na tanungin ko for you to state your case. I cannot do that, no? But what I'm asking is if you can point out sa inyong articles kung saan doon yung allegations of ultimate facts. Kasi public document naman yan eh. Para lang maaral ko, naasan dyan yung allegations nyo of ultimate facts. And this is where, before I pass on the floor to the parties to answer, I want to go into the principle of fishing expedition. Nagkataon na I came across the trial that we had for former Chief Justice Corona, and lumabas yung issue na yon. Nasabi ko, eksakto ito yung pinag-aaralan natin for today. Yung fishing expedition, and no less than the defense had to explain it in Filipino kasi sabi, baka hindi alam yung ibig sabihin ng fishing expedition, pangingisda ba daw yon? Parang hindi naman daw yun yung translation, no? Pero ito yung naghahagilap ka ng ebidensya kasi wala kang ebidensya. So I'll go back to a case and sama nyo to sa response nyo. Doon po sa kasong Afologencia versus Metrobank in 2014, humingi dito ang petitioner ng motion for issuance of subpoena ducis tecum ad testificandum at sinabing padala daw ng documents relative to their loan to Metrobank as well as those covering extrajudicial foreclosure. Sabi ng Supreme Court, this is tantamount to building their whole case from the evidence of their opponent. Bawal daw yun. Hindi daw pwede na yung kaso mo, nakabase lang dun sa, sasabihin mo dun sa kabila, labas mo nga lahat ng meron ka dyan. No, your case has to be built. Yung evidence mo has to be there. So I will also ask both parties, is that jurisprudence relevant to this case for the prosecution and then also for the defense? And then let us also include a discussion on why this is or is not a fishing expedition. Yun nga, napaka-importante po kasi ito dahil it is ingrained in a complaint na yung allegations mo ng ultimate facts, mapoprove mo ngayon yon with the evidence. Hindi pwede na wala kang ebidensya, hihingin mo lang ng hihingin by way of subpoena. Clear po yun sa batas. Kaya nga gusto kong ipaliwanag nyo sa akin, educate me why this applies, why this is not a fishing expedition, why the case I cited does not apply, because I assume that's the position of the prosecution. And then for the defense, ano naman po yung position nyo? Salamat.
The counsel for respondent will give his answer first with respect to the question of Senator Judge Pia on ultimate facts as well as on fishing expedition. Thereafter, counsel for the panel of prosecutors. You may proceed, sir, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pagdating po doon sa sinasabi namin na lack of ultimate facts, no? Ito po yung nagsimula pa lang doon sa Committee on Justice when the impeachment complaints were filed. Because the allegation, and I'll stick just with this, I believe, Article 2. No? Pagdating po kasi doon, there was an allegation of unexplained wealth. Pero wala pong nakasulat kung saan nila nakuha, ano yung basehan ng unexplained wealth na yon. Ano yung act na ginawa ng Vice Presidente, kailan yon ginawa, at so sa amin, para masabi nilang nagkaroon ng unexplained wealth. Ang basic, if I may remember, was really just the fact na yung SALN niya ay lumaki from 2007 to 2025, which sa aming palagay does not show any factual allegation whatsoever, except for the fact that it grew bigger over a span of 20 years. Pangalawa, wala rin pong naka-attach, which I mentioned in the oral arguments last week, na kahit anong ebidensya or kahit supporting document man lang, huwag na nating tawaging ebidensya, supporting document that will support any allegation whatsoever of unexplained wealth. And that is why, nabanggit ko rin, na after the allegations were made, and this is even more significant, after the respondent had filed her answer, na tinawag pa nga nilang non-answer, doon lang po naghanap ng mga ebidensya na sakaling makasuporta doon sa aligasyon na iyon. That's very important for us because we had already filed our answer before AMLAC documents were suddenly produced to the issuance of subpoenas, before the BIR box were concerned, that we are concerning ourselves with was presented before the Committee on Justice. Nasa panahon na yun, tapos na po kami sumagot. In fact, when they were saying that it was a non-answer, to be very candid with everyone, we wanted to say because it was a non-complaint. Kasi walang ultimate facts na naka-allege for us to even answer. Now, before this honorable court, I do recall that in our answer, we also took pains to discuss the lack of ultimate facts and also what we feel were violations of due process before the Committee on Justice, or at least with the proceedings that were conducted before the Committee on Justice. And that is also why we have a pending motion for exclusion na ikinalikip namin dun sa answer precisely because we were objecting to the fact that these pieces of evidence were produced after we had already filed our answer. Now, on the fishing expedition, I think on the fishing expedition, Your Honors, our main point is this. Even if we read the twin requests for subpoenas, paulit-ulit po, nakasulat po doon, because this may show context, because this may show, prove something. At para sa atin, this only shows, and at least, again, on the part of the defense, this is somewhat already an admission na hindi pa nga nila alam kung ano mismo doon sa mga hinihingi nila ang pwedeng sumuporta sa mga aligasyon na unexplained wealth. And that's why, if you read the entire request, it uses the word may several times, and it even says in one paragraph, I think it's 3.24, but I might be mistaken, that at least with the request for, with their memorandum, rather, in their memorandum, nakasulat po doon that this does not assume wrongdoing, but they want those documents nonetheless to see if something there will actually help support their allegations. That is why we are calling it a fishing expedition. Dahil in Tagalog, para po maintindihan, sa aming pananaw, sa dami ng hinihing dokumento, para po itong nagtatapon po tayo sa dagat ng isang napakalaking lambat at umaasa tayo na kahit papano may mabingwit kahit isang pirasong ebidensya. Maraming salamat po.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, the Honorable Jokno.
Thank you, Your Honors. The question propounded to this representation first is, what are the ultimate facts alleged in the articles of impeachment? Yun po ay nakasaad sa page 7 of the articles. And if I may be allowed to just read them briefly.
You may do so, Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Respondent Vice President Sara Z. Duterte committed culpable violation of the Constitution and betrayed the public trust when she, A, amassed unexplained wealth manifestly disproportionate to her lawful income and earnings during her incumbency as a public official. B, failed to fully and truthfully disclose all her and her spouse's assets, liabilities, and net worth in her statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth, including in her salents for the years 2022, 2023, and 2024. And C, failed to divest and instead willfully continued all her business interests during her tenure as Vice President for the years 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. Please allow me to briefly explain why these are ultimate facts. Ultimate facts are basically the essential factual elements that make up a party's cause of action or defense. Halimbawa po, pag murder, treachery, evident premeditation, lahat ng mga kinakailangan ng batas para mapatunayan na murder po siya. In our case, we are alleging, first of all, unexplained wealth. And based on the jurisprudence, the elements of unexplained wealth, the factual elements are amassing unexplained wealth, manifestly disproportionate to one's lawful income and earnings during one's incumbency as a public official. So, nasatisfy po namin yung requirement na pag-allege ng ultimate facts or essential factual elements sa tatlong bagay na po ito. The evidentiary facts follow in the succeeding pages of the articles. Doon po namin dinitalye kung ano yung mga iba't ibang paraan kung paano nakuha o naamas ni Vice President yung ang sinasabi natin na unexplained wealth. On to the issue of fishing expedition. Yung pong fishing expedition po ay halimbawa may sabpina na baka sakali meron tayong makita. Yun po ang ibig sabihin ng fishing expedition. When the party requesting information does not know what might be produced and just as an off chance tries to use that instrument in order to gain evidence that may be used against the other party. Dito po, malaki ang pagkaiba ng sitwasyon. Maalala po ninyo, during the hearings before the Committee on Justice, The executive director of the Anti-Money Laundering Council testified and produced documents showing that from 2007 up to the present, 6.7 billion pesos ang dumaan po sa account ni Vice President Sara Duterte. On that basis, and if we go deeper into that report, it says that during the period from 2007 to 2013, during the time that she served as mayor and vice mayor, umabot po sa halos o lampas 3 bilyong piso ang dumaan sa kanyang mga accounts. So may basehan po tayo para ipalabas ang bank records. We are not just guessing that there is something there because the AMLA itself has confirmed that there were covered and suspicious transaction reports submitted to them in those amounts that I mentioned. Malayo po ang fishing expedition sa ginagawa ng prosecution dito po. If we had no basis at all, if we did not know what was in the AMLA reports, ayun po, maaring sabihin na fishing expedition. But in this particular case, we know because these are matters of record presented before the Committee on Justice. Second po, ang fishing expedition, maaring magamit yan sa ibang mga alegasyon tulad ng baka meron kang hindi na-declare sa iyong SALN. But when it comes to issues of unexplained wealth, it's very clear. The decisions of the court are very clear. To know whether a government official has amassed unexplained wealth, we must look at the entire incumbency of that official. Starting from day one, we look at their SALN, we look at all the income that he or she has earned, both lawful and not, and from there we make a determination whether there was unexplained wealth or not. For these reasons, Your Honors, the fishing expedition argument, in our view, is totally untenable.
Senator Judge Pia, do you have further questions?
It's actually just a follow-up to what the prosecution, how the prosecution responded. I think Senator Alan Peter will go into it, but since this is my line of questioning, I'll follow up lang on this point, no? His Honor, I earlier mentioned the fruit of the poison tree doctrine. And ulitin ko, pagka yung pinanggalingan ng information nyo, bawal, hindi nyo na pwedeng gamitin yon. So, His Honor said, I'm referring to Congressman Prosecutor Chel Jokno, they know the contents of the AMLA report, something to that effect, because it was presented in the impeachment hearing in the House. That is correct, right? That is your statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, oo. And I asked my question, and again, I will give both parties the opportunity to respond. Ano yung basihan na i-reveal ng AMLC and their representatives sa inyo in the impeachment hearing in the House? Because ang nakasaad sa law, I don't even want to use my understanding of the law because it's what is read in the law. And I won't take up the time of this court na isa-isahin ko yun, pero nakasulat doon na confidential ito. So, ano yung basis na mailabas yun doon sa impeachment court? Because, and since the presiding officer has given me the permission to share in general the discussion in our caucus last week, isa dun sa napag-usapan namin precisely was yung information na lumabas doon, kung yan ay walang basihan na ilabas, walang legal basis na ilabas yung information, hindi yan pwedeng idugtong dun sa mga allegations na meron kayo. So that's my question. And during our caucus, isa din sa lumabas na discussion, pero allowed ang AMLC and the specific officers to share that information. but the specific provision of the law, and please, both councils, please respond, please elaborate on how this supports or does not support your case. A specific provision dun sa batas, yung sharing of information na yun, sabi, oy, kayo AMLC Council, mag-develop kayo ng rules kung paano kayo makakapag-properly share sa agencies. I believe, and again, you feel free to elaborate on this or correct me, that's referring to the bank institutions, the AMLC hierarchy, and the agencies they deal with, not in court, because ulitin ko, nakasulat doon, confidential. So, I will leave this here, that if it is confidential, it does not allow that this be divulged in the manner it was divulged. Then how do you use that? Because that is precisely the doctrine of the fruit of the poison tree. Please take your time to tell us why that information is not the fruit of the poison tree, and obviously for the side of the defense, they will tell us why they believe that it is the product of the fruit of the poison tree. Thank you, Mr. President.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors will please respond.
Your Honor, Section 8A of the Anti-Money Laundering Law is really intended to prohibit or prevent leaks by officials of the Anti-Money Laundering Council. But it was never intended to prevent subpoenas coming from courts, including the impeachment court. Almost every week, the Sandigan Bayan issues subpoenas for AMLA records. And despite what would appear to be a very categorical prohibition contained in that section, every time subpoenas are issued by the Sandigan Bayan, they are honored by the AMLA and no one is questioning them. Ganon din po itong impeachment court. The subpoena issued by this impeachment court is for the purpose of determining accountability based on the power that is expressly given by the Constitution. Ang aming pong paniwala is that confidentiality cannot trump accountability. Thank you.
Counsel for respondent.
Thank
May
you.
reply.
Thank you, Your Honor. I cannot verify if indeed the Sandigan Bayan, as mentioned by opposing counsel, issues subpoenas against AMLA every week. So that I will not comment on because I cannot verify that. What is clear to us, Your Honors, as we have demonstrated last week, is that 8A is an absolute prohibition. And again, this was the latest amendment of the law back in 2021. And for us, Your Honors, that is why when this was presented, the House Committee on Justice, we had our objections to such matter. And in fact, Your Honors, it is the subject of our petition, the Supreme Court, and aside from that, a subject of our motion for exclusion before this Honorable Court. Ngayon po, sa atin, talagang yung tinutumbok natin is it is in fact within the fruit of the poisonous tree. In fact, I'm surprised, Your Honors, because, Your Honors, nabanggit na rin po ng aking distinguished opposing counsel na nakita na nila, may records na sila. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, it was also attached to the articles of impeachment. So kung meron na pala, bakit pa nila pinapasapina ngayon sa impeachment court? Is it because, I don't want to speculate, maybe I just won't go there. But ang sa akin lang po is, we have questioned this all throughout. No? Why? Because to us, unang-una, bawal siya. Pangalawa, hindi siya relevant. Bakit hindi siya relevant? Your Honors, transactions do not equate to wealth. Transactions do not equate to net worth. Especially if tinatali natin siya sa SALN. Because transactions happen over the course of the year, and in this case, years. Well, when you talk about SALN, we talk about net worth on a specific date in time, which is December 31 of every year. So sa atin po, ang aming pananaw dito ay hindi po relevant at hindi po, it will not directly show anything about wealth. Kasi, again, AMLAC transactions do not equate to net worth of a certain person. And that is why, Your Honors, we have opposed this. And we have opposed this since the time it was being presented at the House level. Thank you, Your Honors.
Just for the record and for the information of the senator judges, I'm not sure about the Sandigan Bayan issuing a subpoena every week as well against AMLAC. But I'm well aware, the court is well aware of cases decided by the Supreme Court precisely on subpoenas issued by the Sandigan Bayan vis-a-vis the AMLC. Senator Judge Pia, can you wind up? You're done? At this juncture, Chair will now recognize Senator Judge Alan Cayetano for his interjection and questions. You may proceed, sir, when you're ready.
Before I ask question, Mr. Presiding Officer, may I thank you, the Senate President Win Gatchalian, former Senate President Tito Soto, and the whole court, because in our caucus, you did three things. One, you allowed us to have the weekend to review all of the laws so that we can ask more intelligent questions. Two, you allowed to hear the discussions, mostly by Senator Pia, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Lacson, and former Senator Soto. And then number three, we discussed how a complex, or what word did you use a while ago, Mr. Presiding Officer, that it's two motions, but there are
There may be issues underneath.
issues and sub-issues. So that after we ask questions and after you make a ruling, we'll, instead of asking for a division of the House just in case we do not agree, I'll make a manifestation, and then if others agree on how we can manifest or submit in writing in what parts of the ruling we agree or disagree for the record. May I proceed, Mr.
Duly
President?
noted, Your Honor. You may proceed, sir.
Good afternoon, Attorney Jokno and Attorney Poa.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. So I really want to be enlightened. I have no illusion na magkakasundo yung dalawang side today because you have the eloquent Attorney Jokno on one side and the eloquent no joke on the other side. So sa pangalan pa lang baliktad na. But I think the discussions are very important, and I do appreciate your opening, Congressman Jokno. I appreciate your oral arguments because I've been pondering these questions. What if, hindi ko na sabihin this administration, let's say in future administrations, this exact thing happens, 5 years, 3 years, 10 years, iba ang SALN, iba yung income ng COA chairman or ng ombudsman. Ombudsman files cases, mukhang maraming congressman makakasuhan ngayon. So, very, very much relevant yung ating pinag-uusapan ngayon. So, just in the spirit of liberality, same kay Senator Pia, after one answers, if one wants to make a quick rebuttal, I'll ask you the question, but let's try to be concise. So, Counsel, may I ask, let's start with the case of Duterte versus House of Representatives. Thank you for reminding us about certain precedents and how I voted last time. But you would agree, di ba, that when you have legal proceedings, even in legislation, you follow what the latest law is. So, for example, if you're allowed to issue a general warrant before Stonehill versus Jokno, but after Stonehill versus Jokno, so if before Stonehill versus Jokno, walang doctrine of the fruit of the poisonous tree, then some policemen will still submit evidence that was illegally acquired. But after that, we have to follow. So you did make your point about obiter dictum. I'll go to that. But I just want to start out by saying the fact is there is a Duterte versus House of Representatives. So with your permission, let's start discussing that. So this case of Duterte versus House of Representatives came out after the impeachment of C.J. Corona, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the two elements was discussed in this case. The act charge must be impeachable under Article 11, Paragraph 2 of the Constitution, and 2, the act committed must be committed during the term of the impeachable officer. You commented on that. Can you elaborate or give your stand regarding? I think you agree with letter A, right? That the charge must be an impeachable offense. I mean, we all agree on that, right?
Well, I would distinguish, Your Honor, please, between what we would call ratio decidendi, or the rule in that particular case, and obiter dicta, which are side comments or incidental remarks made in the opinion of the court. if we are speaking of the ratio decidendi of the Duterte versus House of Representatives case, I would have to disagree that it relates to the statements that you mentioned. My understanding of that case is it really relates to the first mode of impeachment and the procedures that must be followed, the one-year ban provided in the Constitution, how that will be applied when impeachment complaints are filed by at least one-third of the members of the House of Representatives. Yung pong nabanggit nila that the basis of any charge must relate to the incumbency of the official, in my view, that is obiter dicta, not necessary
I
for the
appreciate your
decision of
answer.
the
We'll go
case.
to that. But regardless of the Duterte versus House of Representative ruling, we do agree with letter A. The act charged must be an impeachable offense under Article 11(2) of the Constitution.
I would agree, but if
Yes.
I may be allowed to just qualify
No, this is just a
that.
general. It's not a trap question.
No,
So,
Your
diba,
Honor.
so the officer has to be impeachable, and the acts charge should be an impeachable offense. And since you have betrayal of public trust, that's quite broad. No? So this is not a trap question. This is just laying the basis. But go ahead if you want to comment on that.
Yes, the acts charged must constitute an impeachable offense, and that power to decide what is an impeachable offense is lodged exclusively with this honorable court.
Okay. So you disagree that part of the ratio decidendi is the act must be committed during the term of the impeachable officer. Thank you for bringing it up now, because I think all throughout the trial, especially in the articles where we will bring up acts before 2022, this discussion will be relevant, no? So by discussing this, it will pass upon the whether or not including proof like bank records, financial documents, before her term can be inquired into. The prosecution says it cannot, right? Because you believe it's an obiter dictum. I'm just restating. You can say it in your words. You believe that the statement that the act must be committed during the term of the impeachable officer is not the law of the land. It's an obiter dictum.
In the first place, if Your Honor, please, that was not the exact statement of the court.
Okay.
The court said the basis of the charge must relate to the incumbency of the impeachable official,
Yes.
which does not rule out the presentation of evidence of acts or omissions that occurred before the person became an
So
impeachable
let's
officer.
take the judicial notice of the, as you said more eloquently and correctly, that the acts, no, during her term. So can you define, you defined this in your opening statement, but for the sake of this discussion, an obiter dictum is what?
It's a side comment, Your Honor, that is not necessary for the resolution of that case.
Yeah, and I agree with that, and it's a remark made or opinion expressed by a judge in a decision upon a cause, or it's a by the way, that is incidentally or collaterally and not directly upon the question before him, or upon a point not necessarily involved in the determination of the cause, or introduced by way of illustration, analogy, or argument such are not binding precedents. No? Just for the public and for all of us, di ba?
Yes,
So
Your
ang
Honor.
sinasabi, yes, there can be a Supreme Court decision, but that part could be an obiter dictum, meaning hindi yan yung doktrina that will bind us in making decisions, whether it's issuing the subpoena or admissibility. But are you aware of the Villanueva versus Court of Appeals, GR 142947, March 19, 2002? I won't take it against both of you if you do not. There are thousands of cases. It talks about what is obiter dictum. Have you passed about on this, both counsels? Yeah, so the prosecution characterization of the requirement that the basis of the charge must be for impeachable acts or omissions committed in relation to their office during the current term of the impeachable officer as an obiter dictum. But in the Court of Appeals, in Villanueva versus Court of Appeals, in that case, the Supreme Court held an adjudication on any point within the issues presented by the case cannot be considered an obiter dictum, even where the point is only incidentally involved.
So we agree if it's incidental, pwedeng obiter. But if it's on point within the issues, sabi ng Villanueva case, it is not. So long as it is presented and decided in the regular course of the consideration of the case and led up to the final conclusion, or is a statement as to the matter of which the decision is predicated. The court added that a point expressly decided does not lose its value as a precedent because the disposition of the case is or might have been made on some other ground, and that where a court decides several points, none of such points can't be regarded as having the status of a dictum. And one point should not be denied authority merely because another point was and more dwelt on and more fully argued and considered. So going back to the Duterte versus House of Representatives, the requirement that an impeachable act be committed in relation to their office and during the current term was not a remark made by the way. The Supreme Court en banc laid it down as one of the enumerated principles that due process requires, which is the very ground on which the ruling was predicated. Even if the court also struck down the 2025 impeachment complaint based on the one-year bar, so this is the question, does it not render the due process requirement laid out as a mere obiter dicta, or because it's based on due process, regardless of the mode of initiation, regardless of the mode of how the articles of impeachment got here, isn't due process still a requirement?
If I may be recognized,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Counsel for the panel of prosecutors may respond.
Precisely, Your Honor. If a matter is within the issues resolved by the court, then it may not be considered as obiter dicta. But if we look at the decision in the case of Duterte versus House of Representatives, ang mismong nangyari po doon ay may naunang dalawang complaints that were endorsed at may sumunod na complaint filed by at least one-third of the members of the House. At yun yung tinutukan po ng ating Supreme Court. It was in that context that the Supreme Court made pronouncements about the one-year bar and even about due process. At no time in that case was it ever a fact in issue about the mode of impeachment that is involved in our case today. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito ay individual complaints that were then referred by the House to the Committee on Justice, heard by the committee, and then brought back to the plenary, and eventually umabot po dito through articles of impeachment. So kahit may sinabi ang Supreme Court about impeachable offenses in relation to the charges, kami po ay naniniwala na hindi po yan pumapasok o sumasakop sa issues that were decided in that case.
I'll not argue with you because that's not my job here. I'll follow the Pia Cayetano style and move to the defense. But just a follow-up question on that. So I respect your belief on that. But my point is, the legal principle of due process applied to that mode, is it not logical that it's the same legal principle on due process, even if you use another mode?
First of all, if Your Honors, please, when we speak of due process, of course, there are two types, substantive and procedural due process. And when we speak of substantive, we're talking about protections to life, liberty, and property. Wala naman pong ganun na issue po dito sa atin because office is not a property. We're not talking about the life or liberty of the respondent. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito kung due process ang issue ay simply fundamental fairness. And I do believe that this proceeding does require fundamental fairness, but at the same time, it does not require that this court be hamstrung in terms of how to decide whether an offense is impeachable or not. That power is exclusively given to this court at dapat kayo lang po ang magdesisyon at magpasya kung ano nga ba yan. So when we speak of what is an impeachable offense, may kaugnayan po yan doon sa nabanggit ninyong the basis of the charge must relate to the incumbency. Because in our view, that is really something that each member of this honorable court will have to decide when the time comes.
Yeah, later on, I'll ask you that question, whether or not, what, if ever, can the Supreme Court decide, or what of their pronouncements will be applicable to this court and that. But my point is, if we're saying that pag ang mode of initiation is by one-third na pumirma derecho, at ang nakalagay doon, committed in relation to their office during the current term, wouldn't it be illogical if you use another mode and pwedeng hindi committed in relation to their office and during their current term? I don't think the Supreme Court would be illogical in saying this is the principle for due process in this mode but not in this other mode.
Even if we assume, Your Honor, that that is not obiter, the statement that the basis of the charge must relate to the incumbency of the impeachable officer, we submit that that still applies and we have satisfied that test.
Okay.
As I mentioned in my opening statement, integrity cannot be divided. Hindi po pwedeng biyakin ang integridad.
So on that point, so if a president, an ombudsman, a COA chair who's, let's say, 60 years old, but he started in government at 20 years old, he can be impeached by something he's done when he was 20 to 30, not only on what he's done when he was already an impeachable officer?
If we are speaking about unexplained wealth, Your Honor, I have repeatedly cited the cases of the Supreme Court that provide that we must look from the reckoning of the first day of service of that public official, look at all the income that person has amassed, and determine whether it is manifestly disproportionate to the lawful income that he has reported.
Yes, I agree in terms of holding that person liable and accountable. But what I'm saying is that, let's say he was a counselor, then he was a customs director, then he was BAR, then he's now COA. Isn't the remedy for all his other positions that weren't impeachable is through the regular courts and regular case build-up, etc. But once you're an impeachable officer, you're being held accountable during the term that you are, in fact, an impeachable officer, because usually when you're an impeachable officer, it's too hard to prosecute you the normal way. Isn't that the logic there, or you disagree, counsel?
I would have to respectfully disagree. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin kasi dito ay betrayal of public trust. And I think it's very clear that when we speak of betrayal of public trust, essentially we are looking at whether the public official is fit or unfit to continue in service. Kung siya po ay nakapag-amass ng unexplained wealth, nung siya ay vice mayor o mayor na umaabot sa bilyon-bilyones, I think that would have a very big impact on the court's decision whether that person should continue in office or whether they are fit to have that office.
Okay, as I said,
With
I
the
won't
permission
argue.
of Senator Judge Alan Cayetano, with your indulgence, sir, a request was conveyed to the presiding officer to declare a very brief break. This is not a break for all of us, but a very brief break of 5 minutes so that council may answer to the call of nature. That was the message conveyed to the presiding officer, including Senator Judge Cayetano. So, Chair declares a 5-minute break. We shall resume at 4:05.
Mga kapuso, nagpapatuloy po ang Day 7 ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Pansamantala po muna nakabreak ang impeachment court at ito po ay magtapos ang pagtatanong ni Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Pia Cayetano at Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. At sa ngayon, mga kapuso, hingi muna tayo ng update mula kay Mark Salazar na nariyan po sa Senado. Mark?
Yes, Pia, naka 5-minute break yung mga senator judges, kailangan daw nilang mag-CR, maiksi lamang ito, pero mahaba-haba na, Pia, yung pinag-usapan. Of course, nandun pa rin tayo sa portion ng mga